collective work. And I want to thank you for being here and just remind all of us that today is a space of hope. Safe, decent, and affordable housing is a human right, as stated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 25, Section 1. The National Coalition for the Homeless is a network of people across the nation currently experiencing or who have experienced homelessness. Activists and advocates, community-based and faith-based service providers, and others that are committed to a single mission. We are committed to ending and preventing homelessness while ensuring the immediate needs of those experiencing homelessness are met. Their civil rights are respected and protected. And we have a tremendous amount of work to do around the nation. This calls on all of us to fuse our movements and our organizations, to activate our agency and our diverse skill sets. And it calls on all of us to tirelessly march for housing justice and build a better world for all. Again, thank you to our speakers, participants, amazing NCH staff and board for all being here today in community. Today, we gather with intention. I am reminded of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s call to action in 1967. He said to us, "The time has come for us to civilize ourselves by total, direct, immediate abolition of poverty." And I cannot leave Coretta Scott King out, a woman also as fierce, who reminded us that freedom and justice cannot be parceled out in pieces to suit political convenience. So today, we gather with intention. Let us have an impactful summit today, and let us keep marching with collective love and intention, ensuring that housing justice is no longer rhetoric in our country, but it is manifested, and that human rights for all prevail. Namaste. Thank you.
Rajni.
I'm going to turn it back over to Donald.
Sorry, Rajni, thank you so much for your words of encouragement and your welcome message. We really appreciate you and all you do. Want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. Today is not just a session where we're here to hear powerful speakers and listen to amazing testimony or learn new strategies to end homelessness. Today, I believe, is the beginning of moving our campaign to a movement. We're here because we live in the richest country in the history of the world. We live in a country that has a high blood pressure of creeds and an anemia of deeds, according to Martin Luther King in Where Do We Go From Here? Where do we go from here in 1967? Sadly, we're still there. Every day in the streets of this country, people are laying their heads and making their beds on cold, hard concrete. People are eating their meals out of cans. Sometimes it's soup cans, and at other times it's garbage cans. We are here because babies are born in abandoned buildings and jails and shelters and campsites are the modern day mental health facilities. NIMBYism has become so entrenched in our country, compassion has given way to contempt of our homeless brothers and sisters, especially those of color, who are now seen as an existential threat to communities. Instead of shelters and housing, people are being offered sarcasm, citations, and jail in many, many more cities. From felonies in Tennessee to misdemeanor citations to forced hospitalization in California to total isolation on an island in Miami, Florida, the hate has got to stop. People don't want to be homeless. They are forced to be homeless by the lack of the societal will to care for those that live on the outskirts of hope in our community. For 40 years, we've witnessed homelessness growing unabated. From time to time, we see myopic solutions that bring hope for a targeted population, only to see people not included continue to overwhelm our fragile underfunded system. We're here because 40 years is too long. It's time to do something about it, and we are beginning to band together to break down our silos and say to our elected officials in a loud and clear voice, we must bring America home now. So today we bring you individuals who are making a difference in their communities every day. And our hope is this forum will provide an opportunity for us to learn from each other and develop strategies to win in our own communities. While we hear our panels and our subgroups, you'll have an opportunity to assist us with your wisdom, your compassion, and your tools for success. So I thank you very much. Little housekeeping before we get started with our first panel. Please put your name, your pronoun, and your organization in the chat. Also, we have today, we'll have 4 breakout sessions, and we're asking you to choose a breakout session in the chat, if you will. At 1:30, we'll be having 4 sessions. One is strategies to win, and they start with arts and media, which is room number 1. Room number 2 is using a ground game. Room number 3 is policy and organizing. And room number 4 is legal strategies. So please select one of those, some really amazing panels in all of those. And so we thank you very much. And without further ado, I want to introduce our first moderator for our plenary session. He is the income policy analyst at the National Coalition for the Homeless. Welcome to the room, Kelvin Lassiter. Kelvin, thank you for agreeing to facilitate today.
And good morning to everyone, and thank you, Donald. Appreciate the opportunity. I don't take it lightly to be involved in this historic summit today. And welcome to the 2022 open plenary session today. How we won. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, the people groan. Now that's not a Kelvinism, and I won't take credit for what I just said, but you may hear a Kelvinism before this day is over. This is how we won. We won with authority. And in order to win, there's one very important element that must be incorporated. It's called vision. Nod your head if you ever heard of the word vision. Where there's no vision, the people perish. I won't take credit for that one either. Here's a fact regarding vision. Our executive director, Donald Whitehead, had a vision of starting programs that would help people exit homelessness. The horrific experience of homelessness, by the way. You may hear about some of those programs later on throughout the day, so don't leave your seat. And in the spirit of Dr. King, which Donald and Rajni just lifted up, I'm going to also lift up something else that he talked about. That's the guaranteed income. And that's something that we have lifted up here at the National Coalition for the Homeless as well. And you may hear a little bit about that later on. I have a housekeeping rule as well that we will need to follow throughout the daytime. And it's real simple. Please mute yourselves until after the panelists have finished their presentations. Each panelist will have 15 minutes for their presentation. And after each presenter has spoken, we will have a Q&A. Feel free to make adjustments as necessary, panelists, to magnify the audience participation. That's very important. And I'll drop the presenters' bios in the chat due to time restrictions. We have 4 outstanding presenters today in their own right. Each one of them is a legend in their area of expertise. And we could spend the whole day with just these 4 presenters alone. But without any further ado, I'm going to introduce themselves, and they're going to present in this order as I call them. David Perry out of Miami, Florida, founder of the Miami Coalition to Advance Racial Equity, or MCARE as we know it. Howard Belladoff, City of Boise, Idaho, civil rights attorney, who has done incredible work, which is responsible helping getting people off the street as well. We also have Ruth White, the co-founder and executive director of the National Center for Housing and Child Welfare. And we have Jennifer Friedenbach as well, Coalition on Homelessness in San Francisco. So without any further ado, we're going to jump right in. And David, just want you to kind of, each one of you as well, want you to kind of talk about the importance and vision in your work and how you were able to incorporate that vision and how you were able to win in your respected advocacy. David, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Kelvin. Very happy to talk about our vision and the success that we recently had in a very interesting protest of Miami's criminalization of homelessness, the success that we had in implementing that vision. The Miami Coalition to Advance Racial Equity looks at these social justice issues through a racial equity lens. So obviously when we're looking at homelessness issues, the obvious impact of looking at the racial equity lens is that a hugely disproportionate amount of the homeless are Black. So in Miami-Dade County, only 18% of the county's population is Black, and yet 60% of the homeless is Black. So it's less than 20% of the county population, more than 60% of the homeless population is Black. So Black people are 3 times more likely to be homeless than whites in Miami-Dade County. So against that backdrop, I'd like to talk about a very recent effort by the Miami City Commission in their longstanding effort to criminalize homelessness, to essentially sweep and hide homelessness under the rug in a really noxious manner. And that essentially was to deport Miami's mostly Black homeless population to an isolated island in Biscayne Bay. I'd like to go ahead and share my screen here. So give me just a moment here and excuse my technical difficulties. So I hope you folks can see this on your screen. Okay, got it. And let's see if we can go to the slideshow here. Slideshow from the end. Okay. So this was all part of Miami's implementation of some legislation that's sweeping throughout the nation. It's from this right-wing institute called the Cicero Institute. And essentially it's a very simple strategy where this institute is promoting a ban on sleeping in public with a link to a permitted encampment site. And as I said, this has been sweeping the nation. I believe some 47 localities have implemented some version of this. Most of the permitted encampment sites were already present as a result of natural rising in the community. In Miami's case, all of ours are within the city near public business areas. So what Miami wanted to do was promote this ban on sleeping in public with a permitted encampment site outside of the city. And they happen to have control of an island called Virginia Key. And there's nothing on this island, essentially, except for a park area. And there's also a site of the Black Beach, which was Miami's historically segregated beach, the only beach where Black people could go to up until the late 1960s. And I'll talk more about that later. But essentially, they wanted to characterize this as a transition zone. That sounds a lot better than calling it a homeless encampment. They proposed to construct 50 to 100 tiny homes there. They also wanted to make it drug and alcohol-free zone. I'm not sure how they would ensure compliance there. I guess patrolling and drug testing people. They never came up with the details because you happen to stop them in their tracks. And they characterized this encampment as supposedly voluntary. But when you couple a permitted encampment site with a ban on sleeping in public, this permitted site is anything but voluntary. The police will give you the voluntary choice of voluntarily going to jail or voluntarily going to this encampment site. And I'll leave it for your own self to consider whether that's a truly voluntary choice. So what they sought to do, as I said, was to create this transition zone. Excuse me for a second. Actually, this slide is out of place. Let me go back a bit here. Okay. No, actually, this is a slide. So what we did was we created a protest against this proposal to create this encampment site. It so happened, if I go back to this other slide here, the site was also adjacent to a sewage plant. Okay, so there are a number of issues that were wrong with the site. It was not only going to be in an isolated island, okay, away from the community, to break the encampment residents on ties with the community, away from health care, away from employment, but as I said, right next to a toxic sewage plant. It was also, as I said, on an island, a fairly isolated barrier island that was vulnerable to storms, to flood surge, water surge, as you see recently happened because of the two recent hurricanes that Miami endured from Hurricane Ian and from Hurricane Nicole. So in response to all of this, we assembled a very broad coalition of groups under what we characterize as the Just Say No to the New Jim Crow campaign. And we capitalized on this site being a site of Miami-Dade's historic Black beach to say this is nothing but a new American apartheid. This was an attempt to take a majority Black homeless population, 60% Black, and essentially segregate them into a new area. I got to say that this flyer that you see on the right did raise considerable interest throughout the community. I had some people come up to me and say, why are you playing the race card? And this was an excellent way to educate them on really the disparate racial effects of Miami's homelessness problem. So we did enlighten and educate a fair number of people simply by virtue of this flyer here. We're also part of a petition, a protest petition that actually got 17,000 signatures, which was pretty amazing throughout the area. And we got intense media interest because of this campaign. But here's the key here, and this is something that I think that I'd like you guys to take away from our protest here. We were able to assemble a very broad coalition of groups, a multiracial coalition of groups that not only were groups involved in homelessness, groups involved in housing, groups involved in healthcare, but we're also able to get participation and buy-in of groups that had nothing to do with social justice issues, recreational groups, more environmental groups, more of the, to put in quotes, white privileged groups that really had no involvement in social justice issues whatsoever. But we all found a common focal point, a common zone of interest. And that was not to create, was essentially an isolation camp, a homeless ghetto on this island. So I can show you now a few photos of our protest here. And this was an immensely successful protest. This was actually the beginning. We got actually a couple of hundred people to show up. You can see in the background here of Miami City Hall. That's me making some noise and yelling. Here's some more protesters. And you can see Miami City Hall there in the fuzzy background. So he made a lot of noise during the time that the city commissioners are actually in session. Here is one of our co-leaders of the protest talking to the media. As I said, we got intense media interest. And here's another beautiful sign here that they wanted to preserve the historically Black beach, not some type of apartheid-related housing encampment. So bottom line is that, oh, by the way, and this is the last slide I want to show. This is a very significant figure here. I wish I could have had a photo to show the front. We got a very prominent Miami ACLU lawyer. His name is Benji Waxman, to appear here to also talk to the protesters. Benji Waxman was a lead lawyer in the Pottinger lawsuit from some 30 years ago, which is a landmark case that established that police couldn't arrest people for sleeping in public unless shelter was available, at least here in Miami. And same principle was actually exported to the Ninth Circuit in the Martin v. Boise case, which I believe one of my panelists will talk about in just a moment. So we're very happy to get a very stellar lineup of speakers here to contribute to our to our protest. So I want to stop there, but I just want to leave you guys with a message here that protest can and does work. If you're not just an isolated voice of maybe just poor people just yelling and screaming, but if perhaps you can assemble a broad coalition of individuals to show that these type of criminalization efforts are not only inappropriate and unnecessary, but also counterproductive. And we can show that the community at large shares a common interest in finding alternative solutions to homelessness rather than simply criminalizing it or isolating people into an internment camp on an island next to a toxic sewage plant. So protest does work. And I think the key here is assembling that broad coalition of organizations in support. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
David, thank you for that outstanding presentation. Next up, we have, and also one thing I need to mention as well, is that you will be alerted within 2 minutes due to your time being up if you don't stop earlier. So next up, we have Howard Belladorf from the city of Boise, Idaho, and he will now go ahead and share his presentation. Howard, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. First, let me address what I think is made my work possible. And so I'm going to begin by recognizing my clients. Without them, nothing that I accomplished or was able to do on behalf of homeless persons would have been possible. So those of you in this audience who work with homeless people, and I imagine most of us do, it's really their courage, their fortitude, and their support makes advocacy for social justice possible. Because in my realm, just the legal profession, you got to have a client, and your client has to be there. Your client has to support you and participate. These, if you're going to do a legal challenge, it unfortunately takes years. At least it has in my case. So that's the first message I want to say. And if I'm going to talk about my work and my vision for social justice, it's just something that probably I share with most people on this call. It's something that, you know, you just didn't wake up one day and have it. You had it, you didn't know where it was going to go, and it leads you forward to someplace where you can fulfill your own vision, recognize your beliefs, and so I've been an attorney for, what is it, 44 years, over 44 years now. I started actually with a legal aid program here in Idaho, the Idaho Legal Aid Services. Legal aid is in every state in the United States, and the Virgin Islands and Solomon Islands, Puerto Rico, we're all over. Our hands are tied a little bit, but we can still do advocacy. It's especially important here in Idaho, in a small state, very conservative, obviously. And but it's very important that doesn't matter where you live, that you are entitled to equal justice under law. So I started in 1978, and I was fortunate enough to get a fellowship from Howard University, the Reginald Haber Smith Fellowship, for 2 years to start my work. And I worked, my project involved representing people in prisons and jails and mental institutions, both adults and children. And that led me down the path. And I believe it was in the 1990 or thereabouts, give or take, where I first became involved with the homeless population and homeless shelters. We helped construct the first homeless shelter here in Boise. And that was a good thing. And the community was very supportive. But times have changed, as we know. And while we have a lot of support, the homelessness situation has expanded, unfortunately. And we all know the reasons for that: lack of affordable housing, lack of mental health care, victimization, and racial issues. And so I've been involved for a long time. I had a case which prefaced the Martin versus City of Boise, which I'm going to talk about more specifically during my breakout session. But I had a case where the shelter that I had been involved in, they were in partnership with the city, and the city decided it wanted to wash its hand of the shelter and take it over and give it to another entity. And that led to a big lawsuit under the Fair Housing Act for discrimination, which I won't get into the specifics, but actually ended in a federal court trial, in which a jury awarded $1 million to the shelter. So there are that's a lesson for me in terms of what you can do as a lawyer working with the community. Because most people would just shake their head and say, how would a jury give homeless people $1 million? Well, they did. So that case actually led to the circumstances where the Martin versus City of Boise grew out, because they closed the shelter, they opened it up, and they threw out all the women and children. So because they turned it over to a religious organization that just wanted to house men. And so we had a lot of people on the streets, which actually led to the opening of another shelter. That saga continues today, in a good way. But that's what led to the people camping, quote unquote, sleeping outside in the Martin case. But what I really want to address is the attitude, the criminalization of homelessness, the status of being homelessness. Because I didn't see that when I first started, but I saw it after people had no alternative but to sleep outside. And what I take from criminalization are these things. The questions I ask: is poverty a crime? Is having a disability a crime? Is not having sufficient income to pay rent, is that a crime? Is sleeping a crime? Well, if you're homeless, the answer to all those questions are yes. And people experience homelessness often lack alternatives to being present and sleeping in public places because they don't have a shelter, or they don't have adequate shelter, or they don't have the means to get a shelter. Yet, cities and other governmental entities' answer to that is to create criminal laws that punish life-sustaining activities when a person has no other option. I don't even like to say homeless person. I like to just say person. They should be treated just like any other person. You know, so criminalization as a legal matter refers to laws that prohibit or severely restrict an ability to engage in necessary life-sustaining activities in public when they don't have reasonable alternatives. And those criminalization can take many forms. Camping statutes, taking their property away, being in certain places at the wrong times, panhandling. And the only purpose of these laws is to purge homeless people from public spaces, out of sight, out of mind. But we know that that's just not going to happen. They have to be somewhere. And they have to participate. They have to have an alternative to being in public because they have unavoidable human needs. They have to eat. They have to sleep. They have to have a restroom. They have to be protected from the elements. Sometimes if it's too hot, sometimes if it's too cold. And all we're doing is making the problem worse by making it more difficult for them to hold a job, more difficult for them to get into public housing or any housing, or get to employment, pay for transportation and get to employment. So what I found is, there's these myths about homelessness that people base their opinions on, because very few of us really, well, not us particularly, but very few of the general public have any idea what it is to be homeless. They may see it, but they don't understand it. And so criminalization, in my opinion, is fueled by fear, stereotypes, and discrimination. And I saw this recently. The shelter here in town was going to purchase a building to open a new shelter, and we had a public hearing on the conditional use permit, the zoning thing. And what I heard, the testimony against that from the so-called neighbors was just unbelievable. They don't belong in my neighborhood. They're criminals, they're crazies. Our children are threatened. And the most ridiculous comment was, they're going to interfere with me getting a beer while I watch a softball game in the public park across the street. It was truly unbelievable. But that's what these people believe. And as we know, homeless people are no more likely to commit crime than anybody else. As a matter of fact, they're a victim of crime more than anybody else. And being homeless has nothing to do with a choice. I know very few people who make the choice that they will, but that's the choice that they're presented with. And there are, many reasons. The minimum wage at $7.25 an hour. It could go back to, where they grew up, lack of educational opportunity, many reasons. There are many of the women are victims of domestic violence. Veterans. Yeah. It was just Veterans Day. They are disproportionately affected due to the trauma they suffer. And it's just hard to obtain employment without a permanent address, a place to sleep, somehow to prepare meals, shower, and obtain transportation. It's difficult if you have to do that. If you have to look for it, employment. So all that is what I've learned through 30 years or more with the homeless population, working with them. And I work with providers, advising them on legal matters and trying to address the legal issues that arose. I got a call on, I get a lot of calls. I got a call on Friday from an individual who was in a tent in a park that I hadn't even heard of, a small park, 2 minutes. And he had just been released on a Friday. He was calling me on Monday from the hospital after a week. He had severe disabilities. He was on his Social Security, but he he felt like he wasn't being treated right, so he left the hospital. He was trying to get into a different hospital here, and actually had gone to a physician who was trying to get him into the ER at a different hospital, and he was up there, which was close. And he had an officer come up to him while he was in the park and say, "Hey, you can't be here." And this was a smart guy, and he said, "Well, no, I can be here." He says Martin versus City of Boise, and the Oregon case that recently came out too. And the officer goes, "You said the magic words," and left. But what happened was the next day, somebody from the city came down and posted a notice saying, "You got to leave, and we're going to take all your property." And he just called me, and I couldn't do anything right away, but I did get the shelter to go and get him, and bring him to the ER and pick up his stuff, so he didn't lose that. So we're still dealing with it. You just still do it. It doesn't go away, and that's why we have to be available, and we have to continue to advocate and watch our public officials. And I will say, in most cases, it isn't the police officers who are the bad guys. It's the people who order them to do things, and the people who pass ordinances that criminalize, which are unnecessary, not helpful, and just make the problems worse. So I look forward to speaking to you later today, and I'll talk about Mormon specifically. Thank you.
And thank you, Howard. And you will have an opportunity to answer some questions during the Q&A period after Ruth and Jennifer go. And I myself have quite a few questions. That was a lot to digest there, especially when you last just spoke about law enforcement and the people who order them to do things. So let's keep that in mind. Howard, once again, thank you. Next up, we have Ruth White. And Ruth, the floor is yours. We're not able to hear you, Ruth.
Kelvin, we are not able to see Ruth's screen yet. She may be having some technical difficulties. Why don't we go with Jennifer and then come back to Ruth?
Jennifer, the floor is yours. Thank you, Donald.
Hi, oops. So this is, yeah, it's Jennifer Friedenbach. I don't know if there's still some technical stuff going on here, but I think the screen share is still up, but that's okay. I'll continue. So yeah, I'm Jennifer Friedenbach from Coalition on Homelessness. And basically, I was asked to talk about some shelter stuff. I'm gonna kind of talk a little bit about the organization and how we operate. But Coalition on Homelessness in San Francisco, we actually are hitting our 35 years this year. And, what we do is we fight for systemic change for creating permanent solutions to homelessness while protecting the human rights of folks who are forced to remain on the streets. And we do a lot of outreach, and that creates the bases of our agenda and what we fight for. And I'm going to walk through this a little bit through these different examples. Probably what we're most well known for is an initiative that we passed locally called Our City, Our Home, or Prop C, that was passed in 2018. And that was after many years of trial and error and really not getting the kind of systemic change that we wanted in terms of housing through trying to get the city to do it. We ended up putting our own initiative on the ballot, and we wrote it, and we gathered signatures and got it on the ballot. And it basically is a tax of corporate income starting at 50 million, 50. And it's an average of 0.5% tax, and it generates about $300 million a year. And it's what's called a special tax. So the money has to be used in a certain way. So at least half of it has to go to housing. And we specify portions that have to go to families with kids and youth who are ignored, at least here in San Francisco, pretty significantly. And then we at least a quarter of it to behavioral health. And then a cap of 10% to shelter, and then prevention to keep people in their homes. And the corporation sued us, and it was held up in court for several years. And we fought that court case and won. And now the money's slowly rolling out. And it's already had a pretty significant difference in terms of the increase in housing and shelter access, and quite a bit of behavioral health. But as we all know with struggle, the struggle continues to make sure that it's spent in a way that is centered on unhoused people. And so we have an oversight body that really spends a lot of time going out, figuring out what the investment plan should look like, and getting direct input from unhoused people. And the leadership body itself is majority folks with lived experience, and the chair and co-chair both have lived experience. And we wrote all that into the initiative to really center unhoused people and to increase their political power. So that's one of the initiatives that we're most known for. And I think one of the things on that, after some attempts, what we realized is that we needed to go big, and that the bigger we went, the bolder we went, the more support we could get from the public. And so we did a huge tax. We didn't try to tinker around the edges. And it's enough funding for housing for continuously every year, 300 million. So for just for San Francisco. And we also really we ended up hiring about 300 unhoused folks, no interview necessary. They called over 96,000 or background, anything. We didn't do anything. You just came in, you got a job, we sat you down at a phone, and you started calling. We ended up hiring about 300 folks, and they can just drop in and work and get paid. At that time, we paid them $20 an hour. And they called about 90,000 San Franciscans. And that storytelling that they were able to do in those engagements and those phone calls, we were really able to convince a very skeptical San Franciscan electorate to support the measure. And we knocked on, tens of thousands of doors as well. So also, um, and of course, the initiative itself, we did a lot of consensus work on writing it, got a ton of input from in-house folks on what needed to be included there. So in for shelter, we operate from a belief that shelter is not housing. You're still homeless, obviously, plays an important role though as an emergency response. And we firmly believe at the Coalition on Homelessness that it should be safe and dignified, and also that it should not be a dead end. And so early on in our years, it was before my time, but we fought for due process in shelters. And we got started off with a lot of opposition, and just kept working at it, and basically pushed for some key components to make sure that shelter residents could not be put out without due process. And the components included notification, and then an internal hearing where, and this is kind of, before we had the language for this, but this is a restorative practice where the shelter staff get together with the individual shelter resident, and they, talk about what the issue is. And most of the time it gets solved there and they're able to stay in shelter. But sometimes it doesn't. And then the shelter resident has a right to an independent arbitrator that is not associated with the shelter. We use volunteers from the local bar association, and then the decision is binding. So this was an effort that that was going very strong for a long time until the pandemic. And it used to be in the regulations under our Human Service Agency it's a chartered commission there, and the city broke the homeless department off of that. And so that created sort of a lack of regulatory authority, so to speak. And when the pandemic hit, the city dropped it. And so, but through this process, we had gotten a lot of buy-in from the shelter providers themselves, because this was a way for them to really, it's basically ends up being a management tool for them to know what's going on and stuff like that inside the shelters. And there's bad decisions made at night or different things that are occurring. And so we ended up going through a process of getting the legislation process for the entire city through the legislative process. But what we know is that, we could do policy, but we really have to have practice. And what that means is that it is really important for all the entities to have buy-in to the systemic change. And that is really like the campaigning part of getting that buy-in, getting people on board and really buying into it, or else we could have great policy and then the practice never happens. This piece on the due process on shelter really was, it's really important, but it's just one piece of what needs to happen in shelters. In our outreach in shelter, we had been uncovering a lot of problematic issues, a lot of mistreatment by staff, a lot of basic, kind of basic health practices not being in place. We had shelters that didn't have toilet paper, that just threw newspaper down occasionally on the ground, didn't have water and soap for people to wash their hands, and then slept literally on top of each other. So when you roll over on a mat on the floor, you're breathing into the person next to you's mouth. And we could try to address these issues through advocacy individually as individual efforts come up, but that doesn't lead to systemic change. And so we went through a process of really trying to have some fundamental rights for folks that are in the shelters. And so we, of course, we first have to gather evidence, right? So the first thing we did was do these survey efforts where we'd interview hundreds of people and really get what's working, what's not working, and get detailed information. We always have a practice of having open-ended questions so that people can really talk about what the issues are. We can do a lot of listening there, which is a key part of organizing, and then bringing those that really important expert stuff that's going on, and then that guides what moves forward. And so we did a couple big surveys in shelters, and we ended up coming up with an idea of having standards in the shelter. And we came up with 32 standards, and they all came out of the surveys. So we had people in the surveys talking about how they didn't have access to drinking water in the shelter. People talked about they didn't have pillows, they didn't have sheets, they didn't have toilet paper. They had really poor street treatment and abuse by staff. They, all of these things. So these were the formulation of the 32 standards. When we released our report, we had a lot of the shelter providers very upset with us. And so we had to go through a process of getting them on board with the standards, because if it was good, they were going to fight it tooth and nail. Even if we passed the policy, the practice wouldn't change. We knew that. We know that from experience. So we really worked closely with the providers, and and there was barriers that they'd come up with, and every barrier they'd come up with, we would love to do pillows and sheets, but we don't have the funding. Okay, we're going to get the city to include funding. We're going to pass legislation. And we did a consensus-based process with the providers, with unhoused people, and collectively wrote legislation, got a supervisor on board to lead that. That's a board of supervisors elected to lead that process of writing that. And then of course, it has to go through the city attorney, and there's back and forth. And then at the beginning, we had zero support for the standards. And of course, we were thinking about nursing homes have licensing standards. I mean, all these places have standards. We have literally nothing in shelters, and there's nothing nationally really. And so we wanted to have those fundamental rights. And then we also knew that just having the rights wasn't going to work. The policy was in place if we didn't have oversight and making sure that they were being adhered to. And so part of the legislation was having a monitoring committee that did announced and unannounced visits at the shelter. And this is a body of people that is majority people with lived experience with homelessness, all of whom get paid a stipend, who need one. And then they go out into the shelters, and then the shelters can be fined if they're out of compliance with the standards. So that's the shelter monitoring piece that we got in place. And then there was a lot of things around access that we needed to work on as well. And we did a similar thing where we did a consensus process with the providers, with the city, with our then to create a simple access process for shelter where people could have self-referral, went out to the shelters, asked what kind of process would work for them, and then created a system exactly based on how they wanted it done. And then pushed for that through and brought their voices in with, the people who are the decision makers, so that we could shift their worldview and really get them bought into the idea as well. And of course, nothing's permanent. So as this stuff goes on, we also lost the self-referral during the pandemic. So now we're fighting to get it back. And so these are always ongoing efforts as you make progress, and then you have to fight to keep that progress and then try to get farther ahead. So I'll stop there. That was kind of a lot of stuff that I was trying to squeeze in. But I just, kind of hopefully there was some key learning things that we've learned over the years that could be helpful to other folks. Thank you so much.
And Jennifer, thank you. Very important advocacy work that you're doing. Some things that you highlighted, I've been taking notes after each presenter and during each presentation. I'm sure the audience has a lot to ask, and so do I. So let's move on to our last presenter, but not least, our very own board member, Ruth White. Ruth, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kelvin. I'm going to try and share my screen again. I just want to say that Paul Bowden is direct messaging me in the chat, accusing me of just being a diva and wanting to go last. But I assure you that my computer locked up on me at the worst possible time. Okay, so I'm going to try and share my screen, fingers crossed. Can you see it? Okay.
Yes, Ruthie, it looks good.
Yay, thank you. Okay, so I was asked to talk about some wins so that, we're all trying to come from a place of hope and growth and a future where none of our brothers and sisters have to experience housing instability. So the reason I can even talk about this win is because of the people that you see in this picture. About 6 or 7 years ago, alumni and current youth who are in the foster care system came together to deal with a lot of different problems. Like they really tried to solve all kinds of different economic security, familial issues on behalf of their brothers and sisters in care. But they really honed in on housing a few years ago. And I'm very fortunate that my organization was asked by Jamal Callahan, who's the tallest person in this picture, to meet with them to help design a solution to this pervasive problem of housing instability that faces youth on their way out of foster care. So this is actually a group of the authors of this extraordinary solution standing in front of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Here they are again with the HUD staff. We met with staff for a few years to kind of get their buy-in on this. But essentially, the Foster Youth Independence Initiative ends homelessness for youth aging out of foster care and folks who have aged out of foster care and are still who haven't yet reached stability. The pace with which this innovation made it across the United States is extraordinary. Within 2 years, this went from 6 states to 44 states. This is what it is. It is a guaranteed 3-year housing choice voucher that is distributed on demand anywhere in the country in increments as small as 1 at a time. Here's the other thing. Youth are referred by child welfare agencies. Those agencies have immediate flexible funds to cover all of the transitory housing costs that someone would need to lease up, including landlord recruitment. And I have a little parenthetical reference there. Probably if you call child welfare, they're going to say, yeah, we don't have that. Call me, call Jamal, they have it, and it can be used flexibly. So we have to really force the issue. So the Foster Youth Independence Initiative was initially something that the Secretary of HUD was able to do within his regulatory authority, but it was a piece of part of legislation that was going through Congress, which did actually pass and was signed into law on December 27th of 2020. This program is, so FYI, is now codified in federal law, and it guarantees a 3-year housing subsidy for all youth aging out of foster care and anyone who aged out of foster care who has not yet reached the age of 25, so their 25th birthday. But the FOSHO, as we like to call it, also allows youth to earn an additional 2 years of subsidy. So I'm talking about housing choice vouchers. They can earn that extra 2 years by working, going to school, or participating in HUD's Family Self-Sufficiency Program. There's also generous exemptions, which I could explain if folks want to ask about those during the Q&A. But suffice to say, it's a 5-year voucher anywhere in the country in increments as small as 1. It is predictable, synchronized, and universal. So these are the, we call the innovator states. These are the first states that asked for vouchers and had the vouchers distributed. Again, Alaska could have asked for 1 voucher. They happened to ask for 25. Any housing authority that administers a housing choice voucher can ask for these vouchers on demand. This is what it looks like now. Louisiana is actually in the process right now getting vouchers. I've been working with them, but if that's an extraordinary diffusion of innovation. Okay, so I think what Donald and Kelvin wanted me to do was say, okay, that's fascinating. How did you do that? Because we should have on-demand vouchers available for anybody who needs a voucher. I'm quite religious about that. Why only foster youth? So the way we did it, again, was we built relationships over the years with HUD's Office of Public and Indian Housing. HUD's Office of Public and Indian Housing is different than the special needs assistance programs. Okay. So for a few years before my agency got involved, these young people were meeting with HUD's Office of SNAP, which oversees all of, or as I like to call them, OSNAP, oversees all the homeless services dollars. Okay. They have ideas baked in. They're extremely ideological, and they've already determined what they're going to do with the money. Doesn't matter what you want in Boise. Norm Suchar is going to tell you what to do with your money. Okay, that's partly why we're in the predicament we're in today. So we met with Public and Indian Housing, that they oversee permanent housing subsidies. And what we explained to them was that they have an account called the Tenant Protection Account at HUD. And so we wrote a concept paper indicating that any particular Secretary of HUD has the authority to distribute housing choice vouchers on demand, in increment as small as one at a time, anywhere in the country for youth who are aging out of foster care. And so this is just kind of a cut and paste from our letter that we wrote to HUD. So we quoted chapter and verse, but here's what's really interesting about it. I helped to design this concept paper because I'm a little bit nerdy and I'm very familiar with this account, but I didn't present this to Secretary Carson. Roman Sandhu did. Justin Abbasi, Adora Honora, who now works for the National Coalition for the Homeless. The foster youth themselves had an audience with HUD leadership. They presented it. And by the way, when they met with Secretary Carson and his staff, they didn't tell their foster care story. They talked about the technicalities of how the secretary had the regulatory authority to start handing out vouchers like chiclets. And here's the thing, the proposal was airtight and referenced. So they were sitting at the table with HUD, speaking from a place of authority. So that was number one. We sort of painted them into a corner with their own regs. And they did it. Within 4 months of the youth meeting with the leadership at HUD, the Foster Youth Independence Initiative was announced and offered as an option to housing authorities all across the country. So in order to thank HUD for that work, we, along with the foster youth, we have a coalition of 55,000 current and former foster youth that signed on to this. We nominated the HUD bureaucratic staff for a public service award. So this is called the Partnership for Public Service Medal. And it is like the Oscars for public employees. It's the highest award that they can get as a public employee. And they won and they deserved it. And the remarks that Ryan Jones gave at that at the Kennedy Center and taking on accepting this award, he accepted it on behalf of the foster youth because he said, we didn't write this. This is a concept that was designed and delivered to us by the youth themselves. But we did want to thank them for it. Now, before I move back into this talking about the youth, I want to mention that we went to Secretary Carson and said, you can do this for foster youth. But it is the case that this is also, families are also eligible for this. But we've asked HUD leadership to do this for families. So again, this is a cut and paste of the letter. NCH has signed on to this letter with us. We've asked for Secretary Fudge to use her authority to do this for families. She could wave a magic wand, sign a piece of paper, and families could get these vouchers. We don't believe that her staff has told her that we've made this request. So if anybody can get us into the Secretary's office, that would be great. This is the number of families in 2019 who were separated for inadequate housing. So the reason for removal of their children, nearly 10,000 families on the books, was homelessness and inadequate housing. That is by the federal government's own numbers. That comes from their data. That is, we will never calculate the emotional toll on these parents and these children for separating them from each other. Okay, I'm embarrassed even to boil this down to bare numbers, but the reality is this price tag is ridiculous. We're spending a $500 million putting kids in foster care because they aren't housed. If we were to pay for the housing and a little bit of supportive services to make sure that housing, they get housed and they're comfortable and they're happy in their neighborhood and everybody's safe, we would save $267 million as taxpayers, which we could put right back into the economy to house other people. So unfortunately, HUD has not moved forward on families, but let me talk a little bit more about youth. Okay, how did we do it? Interestingly, the first iteration of the Fostering Stable Housing Opportunities Act just looked a little bit different from the final version that was signed into law. Child welfare advocacy organizations and some national housing organizations, not NCH, opposed this youth-written piece of legislation. So one of the tactics we used was we actually had to go lobby our own people. We had to go lobby child welfare and poverty organizations that were opposing a youth-written bill. So we went in and spoke with people. So this is, in this picture, there are 3 foster care alumni, along with Marian Wright Edelman, who, and you can see that picture behind her is her speaking at the Washington Monument at the March on Washington. She was the young lawyer that accompanied Bobby Kennedy when he did the poverty tours. So a young Black attorney, fresh out of law school, went with Bobby Kennedy on the poverty tour, and then she spoke at the March on Washington. So she's the founder of the Children's Defense Fund. So we went and spoke to her. The other folks in this picture, well, I'm in here, but Jamal Callahan, Adora Honora, and Chris Patterson, who actually was working at HUD as a regional administrator at the time. We all went and just had a conversation with her. That brought the Children's Defense Fund on board. And at this point, the rest is history. But the idea that Foster Youth had to go lobby their own advocates was just fascinating to me, but that's what it takes. So here, again, this to get FYI codified and memorialized in federal law so it doesn't go away, it took advocacy on Capitol Hill. I didn't do that advocacy. I watched the magic. I helped set some of it up. I didn't do the visits. This is a great picture. I don't know. I happen to be from Ohio. I have my Ohio State mug right here. Go Bucks. Donald is also from Ohio. This is them doing our little Ohio State gesture, I guess, with Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, who supported the bill. Senator Rob Portman is has since retired, supporting the bill. Michael Turner, a congressman from Southwest Ohio, introduced the bill. And some of the folks in this picture are as young as 15 years old. So Curtis on the far right was actually living in a group home, facing homelessness and fearing that at age 15. And then, of course, Karen Bass, possibly going to be the mayor of LA. I think the margin is tight and you guys can let us know. But she is the founder of the Foster Youth Caucus on Capitol Hill. This is her talking to Megan Simon from LA. Okay, so I just, before I close, want to emphasize, okay, this is as straightforward as I am alleging, okay? And I want to say that because the professional class steps into these things and tries to confuse them in order to find a role for themselves and monetize delay. This is how straightforward it is. I'm getting ready to age out of foster care. I am interested in a voucher. If a housing authority has a voucher, they dispense it. If they do not, they simply order one from HUD on demand, and that voucher is dispensed within 60 days. It breaks my heart that there are waiting lists at housing authorities that are atrophied, okay? But this bypasses the waiting list, and at least we can say brings in a new resource. It is that straightforward. So what is the future of FOSHO? The future of FOSHO is BRO, okay? Baseline rent optimum escrow. We want anybody who gets a Section 8 voucher, who's working or otherwise drawing an income, all of that money that they would be paying for rent should be going into an escrow. And everybody who enters into the family self-sufficiency program should get a baseline rent of $50. Everything above that they have that would go into rent would go into an escrow account. So as opposed to the way FSS works now, I won't belabor that point. Point being, we will never close the racial wealth gap if we don't allow people the facility in all of these programs of being rewarded for work and putting all of that money into a nest egg. So some of the young people I know are already in this program, and they are going to age out, graduate from FSS, and they will have something like $40,000 in the bank. So that's the only way to close the racial wealth gap as far as I'm concerned. So it's Curtis again on that paper, and I will close and take questions. So thank you, everybody.
Ruth, thank you very much for your time. That also was a lot to digest. Definitely a lot of questions that will be coming forward. And we also want to keep in mind that there may be some people here today that may not understand our acronyms. So I'm sure that may come up in question as well. Once again, thank you to all four of our presenters today. And now here's the next exciting part, is the Q&A part. And before that begins, our executive director, Donald Whitehead, has something to say. Donald.
No, I don't have anything to say. This was really, really amazing. I also want to know that, I also want people to know that this entire process is being broadcast on Facebook Live. So if you lose your signal, go to Facebook and you can still continue with us. I do have two questions for the panel. So one question is, Jennifer, we did the same thing in the city of Cincinnati back in the early 2000s. We had what we called minimum standards. Yours is much more advanced. We have at NCH considered looking at doing it nationally. One piece of good news I'll let everybody know is that some of us, Sue, Rajni, and myself, have worked with HUD to create a safety manual that has kind of minimum standards of how a shelter should operate. That should be getting out to the public in the next quarter. However, we really think that the way we reduce unsheltered homelessness, a part of it, there's a couple of things there, is to create better shelters in communities, better programs in general. But in order to do that, we need to figure out a way to hold service providers accountable. So my question to you is, where does the accountability come from? Our thought was that we would need to attach it to funding on a city level or municipal level. However, there's a little bit of pause with that based on what's happened with the governor, Gavin Newsom in California, and how he's held up money. Another conversation, but where's the accountability at in San Francisco? And Howard, are there any new challenges to Martin versus Boise? I know there was a Supreme Court challenge earlier. Are we seeing new challenges? I know that was a long question, but those are my two.
Yeah, I mean, I think accountability, we really, I love the idea of national legislation. So first I'll say that. Accountability, I think, the shelters are funded through the local counties, in some cases the cities, but generally the local counties. Even there's state funding that goes through, et cetera, but the accountability in terms of the contract monitoring happens at the county level. That said, I think we need to be really sure that we have accountability written into our accountability that is centering unhoused people and increasing their voice and their power in whatever standards are set out. So how we did that in San Francisco, one of the things is that people have to be aware of what their rights are. So there has to be notification of those standards and some kind of requirement for postings. Ideally, the local groups would do outreach and talk to people about it. There has to be a complaint process that's very easy, that has multiple ways: call in, drop in, write in, email in, whatever, but very simple ways to complain. And that complaints need to be followed up with, regardless of whether they can get back in contact with the complainant. So you want to just have something really simple that doesn't create a bunch of barriers where you can't go back. So in our case, the way we did it is that it goes into a separate department from who's running the shelters. So for us, it goes to Department of Public Health, so that we're not having the fox guard the hen house. And then, we have that oversight body. So again, there, and they have seats, and that's part of our agenda always, is to increase the institutional power of unhoused people in decision making. So that's a piece of it there. Sorry if that was a longer answer, but that would be my thinking on it.
No, great answer. And we'll be reaching back out to you as we start to develop a national policy around it.
Thank you, Donald. Next question we have is from Janelle. I'm sorry.
There was a second question to Howard. I don't know if he got the answer.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
They wanted me to address the challenges to Martin, possible challenges.
Yeah, I know there was a Supreme Court challenge that got actually defeated, I believe. And has there been other challenges since then?
Well, it was appealed to the United States Supreme Court, and they did not take it.
Right.
So right now, in the Ninth Circuit, which is the western part of the United States, it's secure. And it was recently applied in the last month in the Grant Pass, Oregon case. It actually expanded it a little, in my view, to say that that people had the right not only to be in public, but they had the right to be protected from the elements. So that would include, in my view, a tent, sleeping bag, because as you know, these ordinances define camping as sleeping, and anything that goes with sleeping, like a blanket or a tent and things like that. And so that was an expansion. But the Martin case, actually, in the Ninth Circuit's view of it, is only enforceable within the states in the Ninth Circuit. Now, that doesn't mean that it isn't persuasive and can be challenged, can be applied around the country. And that actually is a major achievement of the Martin case, because advocates can cite to that case. But it's an open question whether you're going to have another part of the country and another circuit court reject Martin. And that would create a conflict with regard to the interpretation of the Eighth Amendment. And that raises the possibility that the Supreme Court could step in and decide the case, either affirm it or reverse it. We all know where the court is these days. It's very conservative. I don't know. And there's all sorts of interests, huge financial, like in LA and San Francisco, from the businesses and business organizations to have that tool back in their toolbox to try to address homelessness, as opposed to some of the things that everyone has talked about, creating housing vouchers, etc. Which that is, in my mind, the really the key to Martin, which it forced the entities to come up with solutions that doesn't include taking a person to court, finding them and putting them in jail, and just tell them to move on. To the next person will tell them to move on, And so I can't predict. I can only be hopeful. But right now we're on secure ground. But it's like you never know when an earthquake's going to hit, and that could happen.
Thank you so much.
Donald, thank you. Next, we have Janelle from Freedom from the Streets. After Janelle, Linda Soderstrom, and then Barbara Anderson, in that order. All right, let's go with Linda. Floor is yours.
Okay. Thanks. I got here a little bit late and I want to address this to Ruthie about foster care, and just make sure that people know that there is good foster care being provided. It's not all taking of children, but the math really does work out a lot better if the services could be given in the family of origin or the birth home or the original place where the help and supports are needed. But I just wanted to say that anyone who's ever been harmed by the foster care system should possibly be able to get these benefits that you have built and created as a reparation for that experience as well. So that was my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Linda. Please, we're waiting on a response, I guess. So you just had the comment. Is that correct, Linda?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, okay.
I can talk with you offline about the math of it. It works out a lot less expensive for the birth family and family of origin to be brought the services into them and to get the help that they need without ever crossing the threshold, without the child going through the trauma of removal. But I myself have been a licensed foster provider. And for example, I've done whole family foster care where the purpose of foster care is the reunification of families. And 9 out of 10 actually do reunite. And so I just want to say I've done whole family foster care where all my cases were successful in reuniting and going on to live together completely. Thanks.
Thank you, Linda. We have 7 minutes for our opening plenary session. We may not get to everybody's question, but please put them in the chat and the presenters can answer them as they see fit. Barbara.
Yeah, I love the comments that we had about shelter standards. However, I have some concerns in that arena too, because it looks different in every state there is. The urban areas, Washington, San Francisco, LA, they have a really strong need to have the shelter standards. In many of our communities, like Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, the Midwest, there are areas that have no shelter at all. So when you finally get that shelter, to have to meet standards that you have no money to perform is kind of, we're walking a little tightrope. And I think we just need to cautiously deal with that and maybe look at geographics while you're at it. And I'd love to be part of that discussion, because the smaller the state, the fewer the resources to provide what you're asking. And I would hope that included in the language would be something about rehousing people as opposed to shelter. I ran the only shelter here for 40 years. And 3 years ago, I left it to rehouse people. And we are now putting them into hotel motel. The average stay is 3 weeks, and we're successfully getting them into housing. So I think there's a dialogue that can happen that that should go beyond shelter. And maybe we need to change our language and stop talking about sheltering and talk about rehousing people. So the question, I guess, is that something that would be doable in San Francisco? It looks different, I think, in each state.
Yeah. You know, we've had a whole bunch of pushes that we've had to fight back that were like a unified shelter, universal shelter kind of stuff that would massively expand the shelter system and create, we had a legislation we had to fight off last year that would have created like basically internment camps for folks, kind of similar to the Florida, situation where you're pushing people out in these big things and thousands of folks and all of that. So rehousing is, for us, it's all about the size of the shelter system so that, folks can land in shelter that's dignified, they can get very quickly out of there. Ideally, they're prevented from becoming homeless to begin with, and avoid shelter altogether. So that's really where we're at. In terms of housing, with our Prop C initiative, we so far, it's got held up in court, so it's kind of been slower rolling, but so far we've got 6 buildings that have been purchased. Kind of got lucky because there was a couple new large buildings that were apartment buildings that were kind of designed for tech workers, and the bottom fell out of that. And so the city was able to purchase those instead of having to wait for the construction and the time that takes. Able to buy some other tourist hotels and transfer those into supportive housing and stuff like that. And so absolutely. And I think really, and that's when it should be, our shelter system in San Francisco is mostly used by elderly people and women, right? So you have people with disabilities, et cetera, folks that are a little bit more vulnerable is traditionally who's been served by shelter. There's like, and we need to make sure that we don't have really, horrible things happening in those shelters, trading sex for trading blowjobs for a bed, for example, or, all these other things that happen. Like, these are things that we see pretty frequently. Sorry to be, frank about it, but yeah, so I think, yeah, absolutely. We're not interested in a massive shelter system. We want a small shelter system that people can move through really rapidly into housing. And that's why we did the voter initiative around trying to expand our housing. Yeah.
So before Donald responds to Barbara's question, Kenya has an announcement about our social media. And then after Donald, we'll go to Sue Watlove Phillips, our policy chair. Thanks. In that order.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kenya. I am the Communications Assistant Director, and I want to thank you all for being here today at our Leadership Summit. As you know, the Leadership Summit is being live streamed on Facebook, and we have a lot of followers who themselves have experienced homelessness or are currently experiencing homelessness. We do have some concerns that are being shared on our chat, and one of the concerns from, I believe, user Scott Ollie Veery, apologize if I mispronounce your name, is it seems like he has had some bad experiences within the homeless shelter system and also with nonprofits, and he feels that unfortunately many of them are not here to generally help the homeless or help people that are currently in crisis. So are there any words of affirmation or any insights that you can provide that can possibly renew his hope with the nonprofits and shelter systems that are out there? We all know that, of course, many of us believe in helping the unhoused individuals and homeless population, and many of us care and generally have committed our lives into helping them. So if anyone's willing to address this concern, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
So I would, this is Donald Whitehead, and certainly I wanted to address part of why we really want to look at how shelters are managed, the conditions, some of the horrific things that Jennifer talked about. The reason we want to do that is because we meet very often with people experiencing homelessness. And what they share with us is that shelters are many times, as the gentleman just described, really horrific places. They're places that no one should have to go to, and we need to find a way to address that issue. And it comes down to accountability. There's never been standards for shelters. Now we're about to do that. So it's really, really important that we hold people accountable, whether they're in a city or they're in a rural community. Somebody's funding them. So we're going to find a way to make sure whoever is funding them, hold them accountable, because it's not okay in any part of the country. And we don't see shelter as a solution. We do see it as temporary protection from the elements. People are dying on the streets. People are freezing to death. People are being savagely abused if they're vulnerable. We can't continue to have that. And so we want to have some standards. We want to make sure that people aren't dying on the streets of the richest country in the history of the world. So I'll just say that the particulars we have to work on, but to our friend who just asked that question, we are committed to making sure that the system to house people is better, no matter what kind of program it is, whether it's permanent housing, whether it's shelter, whether it's transitional, whatever it is, we have to do a better job. And that's what we're going to be working on.
Thank you, Donald. Sue will have the last question. And please, ladies and gentlemen, if you, we are at our time, and it's now 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 a.m., excuse me, on the West Coast. If you have any further questions, please post them in our chat, And also, presenters, please put your information in our chat so people can reach back out to you. Donald.
Really quickly, I was going to say, we do have, after this panel, a break of 30 minutes. If people want to stay over the break that have questions, and our panelists are willing to stay through the break as well, we can answer. There's a bunch of questions there, so I don't want us to not get to people. So if you're willing to give up your break, we're willing to try to answer your question.
Yeah, and Donald, just real quick, because there was that other question about the hope. If there's bad actors on shelters, we also push to get their contracts pulled. There's
Right.
other providers out there. So that's another thing municipalities, people can push for. Pull those contracts, gather the evidence and get them pulled.
Donald, thank you for lifting that up. Jennifer, thank you. Sue, you have the final question. Sue.
Thank you. And I thank you that we're going to extend this time. I'm Sue Watlow Phillips, and past board president of the National Coalition and experienced homelessness, and been working with folks experiencing homelessness for over 55 years. I think, Scott, your question is really, and other people that have asked questions, Janelle, other folks, is that we need to listen to people, and that we really need to design our responses based on what folks want. And I think all of our speakers really talked about that critical, important piece, is that the answers come from folks that have experienced homelessness themselves. And so we need, as a person of faith, we need to have people use their God-given voice and power in making those decisions. And then as people do the right thing, as Ruthie was talking about, we need to thank people and really highlight the good work that they're doing. Accountability is critical, and that accountability comes as we have more and more people experiencing homelessness that are at decision-making tables. So I'm sure you're going to probably hear about our lived experience training academy that's coming up, and the importance of having folks be at the tables. And we want to make sure that you have all the resources to do that well, and to really create the opportunities for us to change the system, because as Ruthie said, the professional class that has utilized these resources for a long time are pretty comfortable with the system that they've set up, but it was not designed by people experiencing homelessness. And each community, as Barb said, is so different, is that we really need to design the responses that meet the needs of folks within their own community and have the flexibility of dollars to do that. I want to just thank all of the presenters. I want to thank NCH for putting this summit on. I think this is an incredible way for us to learn from each other and look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Sue, thank you for that. And I'll give the closing remarks for this session. And please, we encourage you to stay on if you're willing to give up your break, as Donald indicated, for further questions and answers. So you heard a lot today. David talked about the importance of messaging. It is so important to be able to offset the message to criminalize people or put them on islands and thinking that's okay. It's not okay. Howard talked about the importance of clients and how he has been successful and won victories, not because of what he's done per se, but because he involved his clients and listened to his clients. Ruth talked about the housing choice voucher system, which is so incredibly needed, but we know it could use some improvement as well. And Jennifer, one thing that stood out, what she talked about, is the importance of hygiene. Sometimes we forget just how important it is to have the proper care. And I know firsthand, when I stayed in the shelter, I got athlete's feet. I will never forget how that feeling felt. So it is so increasingly important to make sure that we're able to take care of people. So once again, we just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for attending our plenary session today. We know you could have chose to do anything else on a Saturday, but you chose to spend time with the National Coalition for the Homeless. We don't take it lightly. Thank you once again for attending. I'm Kelvin Lassiter. May God bless you and peace be with you.
Kelvin, thank you for amazing facilitation. You are an excellent facilitator, and I thank you all of our panelists for being with us today and sharing all of your amazing information. We are going to take a break. We're going to give you 30 minutes to stretch your legs, grab some coffee, maybe grab a bite to eat, whatever you choose to do during that time. And we really appreciate everybody and all of your input and questions. We'll have 2 large sessions where the focus isn't on a panel, it's on you, so that you can share your insights, your thoughts, your feelings. But we're going to go to a break. But one more housekeeping issue before we go to a break. If you have not given me, and there's not that many people, which one of our 4 breakout sessions that you'd like to attend, please put that in the chat so we can get you into a breakout room. We have most of you already, but there's some who have not done it. And just to go over real quickly again before we go to break, and again, we'll hold over the break for those that want to ask questions. Room 1 is these are all strategies that you can use in your community. And we'll be hearing from some people who have used strategies in their work to address homelessness. So room 1 is people who've used arts, media, and social media. We'll also have in room 2, using a ground game. That's knocking on doors, that's canvassing, that's getting to the doors and places where people meet in order to be able to advocate on behalf of people experiencing homelessness. You see the panel participants there. We also have in room 3, policy and organizing, and in room 4, using legal strategies. So some of our participants today will be on those panels. Some of the people that were on the plenary session will be in the panel, but we have just an outstanding group of presenters in each one of those. It's hard for me to choose, so I know it's hard for you. I'll keep that up for a couple of minutes here, and then we'll answer a couple of questions just so people get the opportunity to choose. Remember, put whatever number 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the chat, and we'll move you to that room. So I see Janelle, who we called on, but you were gone, Janelle. If you have a question, please go ahead and ask. And then we'll go to Anthony Prince, who may have a question as well.
Yeah, because I seen that little note you said you sent in there. You said something, and so I just said, forget it. I don't ask my.
You're going in and out, Janelle, but please ask your question if you can. We can't hear you right now. Janelle, you might want to turn off your camera and maybe we'll be able to hear you.
You know, in Minnesota, we have this the Shelter Bill of Rights, and I know people's clothes, medicine, been thrown away in one day. I know people have been in a hospital, and their stuff have been thrown away, and it just hurts me because people housing, and the lady told me, she said, well, why these people don't got their social security cards and their stuff like that? All of them told me that they got it thrown away. A couple of people I know that went into the hospital, one went into the hospital because he had a seizure right then and there in our center, and he was in there and he was in the hospital for a couple of days. So how would you know, how would you tell the shelter that they was in there for a couple of days? Or do they care? I mean, to me, they don't care. They just throw people's stuff away. And that's the biggest problem I have, is throwing people's stuff away, and especially medicine. We got a lot of people that have mental health. And so when people don't take their medicine on a regular basis, or they try to, and their medicine gets thrown away. And I've seen people, they say people's lockers get busted open right then and there and thrown away. They don't even know if they're gonna come back or not. These are the staff doing it.
Order, Doc Rose.
Huh?
No, go ahead. I think that was somebody who hadn't. Please mute yourself if you're not talking. And go ahead, Janelle. Please go ahead and finish.
Okay. Myself, I wanted mental day in the Hill and a disability day in here. I think it should be big, because we got so many people that's got disability, and it comes to me and tell me that, oh, somebody threw away my medicine, they threw it out of my locker. They got a thing. They complain about the tents that's in our community, but they don't have enough beds. when I say this, that they call in for that night to get that bed, they might not get that bed. Might not even get that bed. Because just because they spend the night that night, they don't get the bed the next day. So they have to keep calling. And most of the time I'm calling for them because they don't have a phone. Even though they're giving away free phones, everybody's stuff gets stolen. It's a lot of things stolen, and it's a lot of things that goes on. And then like another thing, what somebody said about trading sex for a bed, there's a lot of that stuff going on over in Minnesota. I know that one time when we had a group in Minneapolis, St. Paul, somebody came and said that they got raped in there, and it was a man, and he said, I'm not gay, and he was trying to defend himself. And he paid people to be his bodyguards. See, stuff like that, that stuff is crazy. People don't understand all of these stuff that's going on in these shelters. And they keep giving money to people that they don't need to get money to. And the biggest thing is that I have to deal with is I don't want to be homeless again, and I'm trying to fight the battle because if I have to come homeless again, I don't want to go in the same place that I left 5 years ago and go into the same mess that I came out of. I want to go, if I had to go homeless again, I want it to be bigger and better and different. And people don't understand about people's hurts. Just because you change something, people are hurting, and how do you heal? They hurt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janelle. Really, we appreciate your heartfelt message. We are hopefully doing our best today to be able to get to some of those solutions. So we appreciate you voicing those. The only way we can make change is if we hear from people and they tell us what's going on the ground, because we're not there right now. So thank you very much. Anthony, you had a question?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to, first of all, on the shelters, really, I wanted to point out that these terrible abuses that are taking place are also giving rise to leadership that's emerging inside these shelters that is actively combating these abuses. And I appreciate that there's legislative initiatives and laws that are passed and already existing statutes on the books, but they're not being enforced. In our view, the union's view, they're going to have to be enforced on the ground by those who are actually in the shelters by organizing. We just recently had a successful strike at one of the shelters where we have a local union that ended a very abusive policy, and another shelter where we got rid of a particularly abusive site manager. But I wanted to also address the issue of Martin versus Boise, but I put that in the chat. I'm going to be, I guess, in this legal panel, so I'll talk more about it there, but it's really being honored only in the breach, certainly in California. They're getting away with murder, and the cities up and down the state are in open defiance of Martin versus Boise. But I guess we can talk more about that for those who are going to be in the legal panel.
Anthony, thank you very much. Those are really important issues, and that's why we wanted our panel to really be able to. It is the landmark legislation in our country, so we wanted Howard here to speak to it directly, and I'm sure you guys will have a lively discussion in that group. We have a number of minutes here. Let me see where we're at. We have about 16 more minutes, so if you all want to take a break, please go ahead and do it. I still have a few people, and I'll just tell you who has not chosen the room yet. I have someone at phone number 240-210-3951, Elizabeth Mackey, Gail Dorsey, Jennifer, if you want to go to a room, I don't have one assigned to you, Judy Romer.
How do I choose a room? Oh, I put it in the chat.
Yeah, just put the number in the chat and I'll transfer you. We also have Judy Romer.
If you're not able to use the chat, you can go ahead and share it out loud as well, and we'll make sure we get you into the room. I know on the phone, some folks can't do that.
Hi, this is Elizabeth. I chose a number 3.
Okay, yeah, I think what happened with you, Elizabeth, is you left the phone for a minute, so I have to reassign you. Thank you for letting me know.
I chose one, the arts and media.
Okay.
Judy, what do you choose? Could you talk?
I'd like to be in the same room as Gail Dorsky.
Okay, one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we have Julene Jackson, Tanya Renner, and William Norwood.
Hi, I had signed up for room number three, panel 3.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome.
I missed out on that, the room, the title of each room, but you can stick me anywhere.
So I can let you know. I mean, we got plenty of time.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I lost it for a second. Somebody just said room number 1. Who was that? Was that Tanya?
Gail.
Well,
Okay.
Gail and Judy have us.
I got you. And Tanya, what room was that for you again?
Tanya was in 3, Donald.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, 3. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
I knew
And
someone was in 3, but it's
you want me to share the rooms out loud, Donald? I have them pulled up here. So room number 1 is arts, media, social media. How can we utilize media as a tool in the homeless movement? Room number 2 is using a ground game, canvassing, and door knocking. Room number 3 is on policy and organizing. And room number 4 is on using legal strategies. So they're all going to be great. And I've had a few private messages come through asking, will the materials that are shared today be shared out? And I just wanted to follow up and say, absolutely, we will have follow-up materials, right, Donald, that we'll be sharing out to everybody who's participating today. We'll be happy to share speakers' emails if speakers are okay with that. Several folks might have follow-up questions or want to kind of support. And so we'll make sure we share that out. And all of the breakouts are going to be fabulous. We will try to take some notes in those and share that out as well, just because I know many people are having a hard time picking between one. And so we'll try to do a good job following up with everyone.
I see Howard, you just raised your hand.
Yes, Don, I wanted to address something with regard to the shelters, just to inform people. So I guess I'm lucky because our shelters don't really have those types of concerns. I mean, safety is always a concern. How people are treated is always a concern. But I mean, I know the shelter provider that I work with puts the people in that shelter, and even the people who are unable to get shelter, because our shelters are full, as best they can. But there is a legal avenue to address the issues of health and safety in shelters if they're receiving public funding. Typically, that public funding is a pass-through from a city or state entity, and it comes with strings, as all federal funding does. And the entity is supposed to have a annual plan and a 5-year plan on how they're going to address housing issues and homelessness in the city or the area that's covered. And they have to have public hearings and they have to take public comments. And that is an advocacy avenue that people can use to address some of these issues. It also is, you can get funds to improve facilities that are community block development funds. A lot of times these community block development funds are used for like sidewalks or to subsidize businesses or developers, but they can be used for facilities, shelter facilities, fixing the roof, putting in accessible bathrooms and accessible entries, creating separate spaces, upgrading air conditioning or heating. If you get involved in this stuff and they get that money, they have to use it and it has to be monitored. And a lot of times shelters, they don't want to do that because they don't want the monitoring. But the good ones won't be afraid of that, in my opinion. They want to improve things. And so that's the type of advocacy that you can have an immediate effect on the conditions in a shelter. And I find it really ironic that every time I read about an encampment and I read about a sweep, it's the health conditions that, it's unhealthful. Yet they put them in shelters that are unhealthful and dangerous. We know that that's just an excuse, and that's just their way to message, we don't like you, we don't want you here. But so there's advocacy that you don't need to be an attorney. Get a copy. Typically, it's on the entity's website. Get it, or you get it from HUD. But you can ask
Consolidated plan.
Consolidated plan, correct. And then you have that's the 5-year plan, and then you have the action plan. They have to publish it every year. If you get involved in that process, you can make a difference, because a lot of people don't. And they have to address every single concern you raise, or it can be challenged. And so there is money out there to help shelters with the programs and to serve the purposes that they serve, and to improve the shelter environment from all aspects of it. So I just urge people to get involved in that process wherever you live, because every entity around the United States can receive or does receive those monies, and as part of that process, they're required to say they affirmatively further fair housing, and that can address certain issues with regard to discrimination on the basis of gender, sex, or disability. I will tell you that this the trading of sex comes up in the public housing context a lot, and that's a violation of the Fair Housing Act, because it's sex discrimination. And if you can get an attorney involved in that, and you're dealing with a situation where you have, first of all, you have an asset that you can just go after. So if you sue them, you have an asset, and you can do it by making a administrative complaint with HUD. I'm not a big fan of that with HUD, because they don't really act very often, but you can have a private attorney bring those sorts of cases and address those issues. If you have systemic problems like that, you should try to get an attorney who is familiar with fair housing, and most places have a fair housing agency entity that receives HUD money to enforce the fair housing laws. So that's another avenue.
So thank you very much, Howard. Really great information. And you actually can, should I say this? I should say this. You can actually hold up a city's funding for their programs by challenging the idea that they're affirmatively furthering fair housing on any of those issues. Now, many people hesitate to do that because, like in California, if you challenged it, it would hold up all the funding. So even those that are doing the right thing would be held up as well. So that is a challenge, but it's something you can do. You have a lot of opportunity to be able to challenge these communities on how they're funding shelters and how the shelters are operating. And I see there's a number of people who put information in the chat. There's a chat from LA Weekly by Susie Shannon, who's one of our panelists. And I see Sue Waller Phillips, you have your hand up. We have 6 more minutes, and then we'll start our afternoon sessions. Sue, you had a question or a response?
Just real quick to what Howard's saying, I just can't reemphasize the importance of being involved in these different plans, the consolidated plan, and also filing complaints. We have Michael Allen, who's a nationally known attorney that did complaints against Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Met Council in the state of Minnesota. We still have open it here in Minnesota with MICA and other groups. The Met Council and Minnesota, we still have open complaints against those entities. The consolidated plan is a boring, long process, but as we've gotten more and more people, we have been able to change the system. Also, for the low-income housing tax credits in each state, they have to do what's called a qualified allocation plan. So this is a way that you can have input into just having decisions about how we use the low-income housing tax credits to create housing opportunities. And I think one of the things that we need to think about is, instead of holding up housing and homeless dollars for people that need it the most, is what we need to do is hold up all the home ownership write-offs as the way of getting states and communities to do the right thing. Thanks.
Awesome. Anthony, did you have your hand up again, or was that from before?
No, I just wanted to, I mean, I don't know if you can see this, but this is a poster that says California law prohibits discrimination and harassment in shelters. And so there's already existing laws, the California Fair Employment and Housing Act in California, that protect shelter residents. The problem is that very few attorneys are willing to take these shelter abuse cases. And so what we're doing is training people inside the shelters to file their own pro se complaints and lawsuits. We have to empower, we have to weaponize these existing laws, and they sit there, but they don't become, it's potential energy, but to become actual energy, I think we need to weaponize them and train people in the shelters as to what their rights are and how they can actually enforce those rights. I think that we're not anytime soon going to see the sufficient numbers of attorneys who are willing to get involved, and yet we see these widespread systematic abuses, especially as they expand the shelter system, which I think is problematic. We want to fight for improvement conditions, but I don't think we want to normalize the state of affairs where the shelter becomes the default kind of approach to the issue of homelessness as opposed to getting housing. But we can definitely help with those things. The union can definitely help with training people on how to meet and combat these abuses, because something's that's the element we think is lacking.
And thank you for raising those issues, Anthony and Howard. And part of what we hope to get out of this today is how do we move these ideas that are happening in states and communities? How do we make those national issues? How do we take all of these wonderful ideas and strategies and come together in a collaborative way so that we can make them national issues? So looking forward to conversations about that. And I see we have 2 more hands. We have 2 more minutes, and then we're going to go to our breakout rooms. Gail, and then Renee, and then we're going to go to breakout rooms after.
Oh yes, hi. I'll make this fast. I'm Gail from New York. I was on the national board. I'm an actress and an artist, and I belong to Theater of the Oppressed New York. I put in the chat, and we bring homeless awareness by doing improv, and the shows are free. I put the site in the chat. And also this was my recent work I did on finding a home.
Awesome.
Thank you. Yes, and I hope to continue more of my artwork. Thank you.
Well, we have some, I think, really amazing ideas about even collaborating around art. You know, how do we, use our art for advocacy? And that's a great segue to panel number 1. It's on arts and advocacy. I think most people are in those rooms already, but Renee, you get the last message.
Thank you, Donald. Okay, I was sitting here and I'm listening to everything that everybody's saying. Okay, for one, okay, the way you address shelters, okay, each state is different. Okay, New York City shelter, okay, is filled with greed and corruption. Okay, they are warehousing people like cattle. The only way to address issues, okay, inside the shelters, for one, they got to get better security. Okay, some of the security is part of the things that's going on inside the shelter and allowing it to happen. Another thing, okay, they have to expose them, okay, maybe to the press or a lawsuit. That's the only time when they really start to take action and do a cleanup of issues around the shelter. I'm in New York, I'm the co-chair of the policy committee for NCH, and I'm also the executive director of my own nonprofit, which I deal with unsheltered and sheltered men's in Brooklyn, New York. And I deal with a lot of politicians, community board, okay, and I'm in meetings and on platforms with them. And I've been working with them about these same issues, and it seems to be swept under the rug. So if you're gonna try to change policies or put something in place that's effective, it has to be effective where they stop the money-making machine, okay? Because they're not even looking at some of these clients as human beings. They're looking at them as somebody that they want to just keep in the shelter and keep their money coming through and not really trying to address their needs or get them any type of permanent housing.
Awesome. Renee, thank you so much for sharing. And I want to thank everybody who took the time to keep me from going on break. I appreciate that. Just kidding. We're about to open the breakout rooms, and just really quickly, you'll see a message that says join the breakout room. And please click on that message and it'll give you
in the chat.
It'll come up on your screen. You'll see it in just a second as soon as I open them. The breakout rooms last for an hour and 15 minutes. And then after that hour and 15 minutes, we'll go you'll get another break at 2:45, and then we'll start our large group discussions. So please stick around. These have been great discussions so far. We want to keep that going. In just a second, if you don't see a breakout room or you're having trouble getting there, we'll be in the main room to help you. Or if you get into your room and decide you want to go into a different room, just come back to the main room and we'll get you where you need to go. So thank you very much. We have Joel Siegel, David Perry, Dr. Deborah Gilbert-White, and Megan Hustings as our facilitators for the groups. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask any one of them. They are experts. So you should now see your room opening. And I'll broadcast to you as time starts to wind down when the rooms are about to close.
I just want to say that I wish I had 5 minutes just to say one thing.
Please, your break is your break. If you choose to say something during the end, that's fine.
What I was trying to say in the group is that people don't. I mean, like, I'm an American Black woman, and like I said, all my family run senator, all built Minnesota, built St. Paul. It's the way our people are when they get in there. They don't act like what they act like in the streets. They don't talk to us like they used to talk to us. And we always say they change. American Black change. They don't. That's our problem. Is that we changing and we can't talk the way we want to talk, and we get in these little groups and we say things that we say together, but we never say it out loud. And what I mean is that I know a couple of churches that have groups of American Black, and they just talk to their stuff, and it's nothing bad. It's just that they're talking, just talking, regular talking. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, today is hopefully a way for us to start to fix some of that, if we can. Also wanted to give a shout out to Don Sawyer, who has joined us as well. Thank you, Don. I know how busy you are.
Hey, Donald, could you say what's going to happen next? Again, I never really read the schedule.
Shame on you, Linda Soderstrom. But the next thing after break is going to be a presentation on LEADA, the Lived Experience Training Academy.
Okay.
then we'll go into 2 large group discussions.
Okay, and so Margaret Kaplan is here. She'll be one of the
Yes.
large group.
Yes, Margaret actually was in a group already on the ground game, but I'm sure we will bring her into the discussion in the larger large group discussion. Margaret, please feel free to share.
Hey,
I
Margaret.
know, I think there were some excellent choices, so people were spread around quite a bit. So want to make sure people hear. Part of my goal is to make sure that we are not operating in silos. We know that the issues are really the same. There are a lack of opportunity and access, whether it be to housing or whether it be people that are living on the streets. And we have to, at some point, come together around those issues.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to tell you something, Donald, real quick, because I watched the program all day on Thursday after you had left out of town, in Minnesota, after you came and talked.
Yes.
And people referred to you on and off the remainder of the day completely.
Awesome.
And yeah, it really was. And then, but plus, I've never seen you to give your talk and to open up a day. And it is so clear how much you love to teach and just lean into that room and just, making sure the people are like, you were going with the people who you had on hand. I just loved it. It was wonderful.
Oh, thank you so much. That makes me feel good. I never really get,
You're a natural. You're a real
Oh, thank
natural educator. Yeah, you are.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It was fun. That was a really good group of people.
Yeah.
Really caring. Most of them came from mental health backgrounds. And
Yeah.
so they were very, very supportive and did a lot of interacting afterwards too. So I was really appreciative of that.
Okay. Well, thanks for making the trip to come all the way.
Yes, no, it was great. I've been I have frequent flyer miles now, so I've been making a bunch of trips lately, but that was one of the ones I enjoyed the most. How are you, Anita?
I'm fine, Donald. Thank you. I joined in time to get right into that art and activism group, and it was wonderful.
And I hope I didn't break boundaries by just sending you to the group I thought you'd be most interested in.
Well, you were absolutely right, as usual.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great panel.
It was fun because it was fun and wonderful anyway, but you know how Paul makes things so much more lively
And real.
pointed. Yeah, he was great. He was just great.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've gotten to see either Don. I know you've gotten to see Coletta's.
Yeah.
But Don's, you have to see his trailers. They are just out of this world.
I will.
He really has a gift. So they both do. So that's why I wanted everybody to get the opportunity to hear from both of them. And it's what we need to do to get the message out there. People, sometimes don't want to hear people get on a podium and talk policy and stuff like that. They want it to come in a different format. And so that's why we have to use the arts. William, you had a question?
Well, I wanted to make a comment, something I was trying to get over in the group that I was in. I know that there's racial inequalities and all this, but that's when you look at it from the administrative process down. But when you get to the actual homeless communities, they're a diverse group of people, and what we're offering to a lot of them doesn't fit all of them. They can't identify the preferred housing or living environment, maybe due to the lack of inventory in some areas. But I think that we need to look at policy based on what we're seeing out here in the people that are affected, because they're not worried about racism. I mean, you don't see that problem there. They're looking to live together with people that may have the same morals and values as they do. Some people don't want to live in a house. Some people want to live in, rural areas. They want a variety of choices. I mean, well, they want different structures. And all we're looking at is developing multi-housing structures or, to suit these people. And we're grouping them in large groups. And when you put poor, broke people together, you get problems. We're building communities with just, like they did in New York, the projects, it was chaos. So I think, those are some of the points that I wanted to bring out. And the fact that, HUD being around for 57 years, I mean, they have not yet tried to compete with the special interest groups, the developers out here. And I don't know I just don't understand how we're not able to win this, if that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
thank
interesting.
you for that opportunity.
Well, you're welcome, and very interesting comments. I agree with you because I've lived in low-income communities. The racial disconnect in most communities it's not apparent. And when we talk about it, it's not about what happens in communities. It's more about what happens with the structure. It's about how people are not afforded the same opportunity. And, many people in those communities, it doesn't bother them because they've internalized it. And they sometimes start to believe that's what's supposed to happen versus what's really supposed to happen. And so, we have to keep talking about how we got here in the first place and what remains. If we don't, we're destined to repeat it or continue. And so if we want to interrupt the disparities in our country, we have to keep talking about them. And we can't be afraid, we can't be afraid to talk about them, and we can't act as if they don't exist. Statistics can be manipulated quite often, but if we keep doing the same research, coming up with the same thing, we probably have a problem. And so we have to confront that problem up front. Can't be afraid to talk about it, or we won't be able to address it. So, but I appreciate you sharing your thoughts about that. And it's not about individuals. That's the other thing. There's 3 levels of racism. There's structural racism, there's institutional racism, and then there's individual racism. When we're talking about the structure. We're not talking about what people do on an individual level, because most people are not racist. Most people don't have biased beliefs, but there's enough people that do that we have to talk about it. But when we talk about it in the frame of homelessness, we're talking about it from a structural level. So just wanted to share that.
Can I tell you something real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if Kalita shared it with you, but I shared it on the breakout group. I was with her at the Afro Southern Filmmakers Convention here in Charleston, and she won the best documentary in that whole thing. I mean, it was a huge conference and a huge exhibition, and she got best documentary.
So congratulations. I knew that, but I
knew
was
that?
hoping she would share it. Yes.
Oh, she did.
She showed me the award too, as a matter of fact.
Good.
But yes, that's a huge accomplishment, and it is her documentary is worthy of it. So really appreciate all her hard work and all the contributions. We're at the top of the hour. We want to get started with the second half of today. Thank you all who have hung in there with us, and we'll continue to be a part of discussions moving forward. We want to really come away from today with some concrete strategies for addressing homelessness. We want to come up with some strategies to make this a collective effort, so that it isn't one organization going to the left and one going to the right, and the disparities continuing right down the middle. So what we want to do today is have those discussions. Before we get there, though, we want to talk about a project that NCH has been working on for 4 years. And by God's grace, and that's, even if you're not religious, it's a miracle that we get to present this project. And I want to frame it this way. We think that if we are going to have true and genuine engagement from people with lived experience, if people are going to be equipped and be in a power sharing atmosphere, then we have to work to prepare them to be able to sit at that table with the enormous amount of confidence that we have when we know something, when we have mastered something. And in order to do that, we came up with a process. This process is called LEADA. It's the Lived Experience Training Academy. And again, we've been putting this together for 4 years. It's going to hit the ground this month. We're going to have it up and running in full go in January. And so I'm going to leave at least the camera spotlight for now. We're going to put it on Dr. Rajni Shankar Brown, who will be sharing LEADA. Rajni? Rajni, is your
Hello,
sound
everyone.
on?
Donald, can you
Okay.
see okay? I was sharing my screen. Sorry.
Yes,
it
we're
took me a
great.
minute.
We can see you.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much. And I just want to thank again all of our dynamic speakers today. It's just been such an amazing and inspiring day. I know in our breakout session 1, I feel really energized coming out of that. So thank you all so much. So yeah, we are so excited to be able to share out on NCH and our LEADA project, which really, when we talk about collective projects, this truly is, because so many different diverse individuals with lived experience have been critical in being able to make this happen and to launch it forward. And so we just wanted to give everyone kind of an overview today, and this is a brief presentation I had created. We're continuing to share out as well to get funders and individuals who want to support communities to go through LEADA to help support, especially individuals and communities who, really, again, have the power and potential and agency to help transform public policy. So our National Coalition for the Homeless, as shared early this morning, and for those of you who just joined us, we are a national network of people who are currently experiencing or have experienced homelessness. We are activists, we are advocates, we are community-based and faith-based service providers, and we are others, right, who come together with a single mission. And this is our mission: to prevent and end homelessness while ensuring the immediate needs of those experiencing homelessness are met and their civil rights are protected. We envision a world where everyone has a safe, decent, affordable, and accessible home. Again, going back to the UDHR Article 25, Section 1, that housing is a human right. And so as we think about this, LEADA is a project that, as Donald said, we have been, as a collective community, working on for years. And we are so excited to launch this forward because we see it as a real game changer in terms of social change and tapping into diverse talents and voices, but most importantly, centering people with lived experience, which we are really committed to doing at NCH. This is artwork over here by Hillary Leslie. And I just want to bring up one of the beauties of LEADA as well, which you'll see in a minute. So many different team members who came together, but the diversity was also centered. Racial and ethnic diversity. We had linguistic diversity, geographical diversity, age diversity, religious diversity. So much diversity was affirmed as well in the creation of this. And so I just wanted to share that. So thinking about our NCH mission, now we can move into our lived experience training academy. And our acronym again is LEADA. We kind of joke because initially, you know, people call it LEDA, kind of like potato, but we tend to go with LEADA. And our mission is to equip people with lived experience of homelessness to embrace leadership roles and to transform public policy to be more inclusive. And this mission was really intentionally designed. We had numerous people across the landscape of the United States with lived experience come together to be able to really formulate and to draft and refine and be able to really come up with this powerful mission. So this is our LEADA leadership team. Of course, everyone here knows Donald Whitehead, our outstanding executive director for the National Coalition for the Homeless, a LEADA co-visionary. Donald is also the co-founder of Racial Equity Partners. And then I am Rajni. For those of you who've joined on a little later, I have the honor of serving as the current board president for the National Coalition for the Homeless. And I'm also a professor and chair of social justice education at Stetson University. And then many of you also have the chance of hearing David Peary this morning. And David is our attorney and founder of the Miami Coalition of to Advance Racial Equity. And in addition to MCARE, that is the acronym there, as you see behind David, I always love David's backdrop there with the heart. Thank you, David, for showing that. In addition, you know, David is also helping us with our South Field site for NCH and just doing amazing work. So this was kind of our leadership team, but I've got to say several folks were involved, and I'm going to share some of those names in a minute, because again, this is a collective project and it's taken many minds, many hearts and hands to be able to make this happen. So our LEADA project manager is Roderick Woodruff. And Roderick is the co-founder and instructional designer of the Urban Video Game Academy, has done a lot of things with STEAM and education and instructional design, and is very passionate about housing justice and racial equity, as well as intersectional equity, but really good with the technical skills that are needed to operate this in the background. And then, of course, you know, most everyone here probably knows our fabulous Megan Hustings, our NCH Deputy Director. And Megan will also be doing a lot of LEADA administrative support, helping us with things like finance for communities, working closely with Donald, and also working on the back end with tech things. So I just want to do a big shout out to Roderick and Megan, who are central to this project. And I want to give some context into how LEADA actually was developed. And so again, this is a national curriculum that we've created with diverse national experts who you're going to see different names in a moment. And everyone, people with lived experience and expertise were centered in the creation of this. Now, before we even got started into curriculum development, we actually did a series of national focus group interviews across the landscape of the United States, making sure to bring in people from all geographic regions as well. And so our LEADA focus groups were conducted by Michelle Bush, National Coalition for the Homeless Grants Manager, and also our beautiful Tyler, who's on here, Tyler's mama, who gave her singing chops. Jeff Olivet, who is the Executive Director of the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness, myself, and Donald Whitehead. I will say that when we did our focus groups, we had a mix of individuals. We had individuals who had been unhoused and had lived experience as part of their past journey, but we also had people on the streets who are currently experiencing homelessness, and really took time to listen in layers to make sure that this was guided by people experiencing homelessness, that we were making sure that that was being centered and really being listened to and amplified throughout this. So this is our, our LEDA team, our core team, and we kind of ended up organically dividing ourselves into curriculum and logistics. And so I took kind of co-lead of curriculum, and David kind of took co-lead of logistics, although we all worked very closely together with many exchanges. And you'll see here, there's a diverse, amount of individuals who contributed into bringing LEDA and giving it breath and life. And so if you look here, I do want to take a moment to introduce individuals here, because as the quotation by Lukács says, no one can whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play it. And so LEDA really is a symphony. And so again, Michelle Bush, Rochelle Ellison. Rochelle did a fabulous job around well-being, contributing to the development of that. Lynn Lewis, who is a fabulous, does a lot with oral history and is a professor. Lori Pampillo Harris, who I believe some of you heard from today in one of our breakouts, who is really our policy guru and just really a brilliant, fierce warrior in our world. Dawn Gardner, who many of you probably know. Dawn is very passionate, especially about communication, and really helped with that module design. John Harrison. John is so amazing with technology literacy, but is a lifelong learner. And so John has really been able to not only teach himself how to use tools, but does a great job in trying to help others. And so really was instrumental in giving us ideas for that. Kelvin Lassiter, who everybody, if you were here this morning, did an awesome job facilitating our morning plenary. Go Kelvin, go Kelvin. So Kelvin was really instrumental in giving us various ideas as well. And Jane Moretta Miller. And so Jane was awesome, helped us explore various logistics as we came to decision around a platform, and just was also such a joy to collaborate and work with. I also want to thank our NCH board for all their support. As Donald said, this is a project that's been in the makes for many years now. And all of our board members, every single one, I couldn't list every board member. We have quite a large board now. I couldn't list every board member on this slide, but every board member has been supportive, has given ideas, has been instrumental in helping us to envision and move this forward. And I especially want to do a shout out to Bob Erlenbush. Bob is actually the executive director of the Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness, and part of our board. Barb Anderson, who many of you heard from earlier today. Barb is our current treasurer of NCH, a longtime member of NCH and one of my mentors, and is an executive director of Haven House, who Barb oversaw for many, many years in Jefferson, Indiana. And then also Sue Watlove Phillips, who is our past president, is the executive director of the Metropolitan Interfaith Council on Affordable Housing, known as MICA. So I just wanted to give a shout out, especially for these individuals, because Barb and I got together at the initial development of this to really brainstorm and to think about ideas of how we could design LEDA. And Sue has been very generous and shared some resources for LEDA, including an extended resource for our history of homelessness curriculum piece. So, but again, all of our board members, thank you. And along that note, thank you to all of our NCH amazing staff again, who have been vital in supporting so many pieces and will continue to be essential as we move forward. I did have over here just a little text box with lived experience. There are many definitions of what lived experience looks like that exists in the world. This is one that we've kind of used in our grounding. Lived experience is defined as personal knowledge about the world gained through direct, firsthand involvement in everyday events, rather than through representations constructed by other people. And I just want to pause there, because if you look at a lot of homeless advocacy and even activism work, there's a lot of spaces where really well-intentioned, good work is going on, but often it's been constructed by other people as opposed to be coming from organizing and mobilizing from people with lived experience. LEDA is different because it centers that. It recognizes that all human beings, people with lived experience, also have expertise and are able to add that expertise to push for social change. It can also be defined as the experiences of people on whom a social issue or combination of issues has had a direct impact. And you can see our source here. And if any of you want more information, we're happy to send. So again, to give everyone a context, I won't go into too much detail. I know we have limited time, but you can see here that some of our frameworks that we used in designing the curriculum included Bloom's taxonomy and revised taxonomy. Actually, the new domain actually has creation as its highest level, which those of us who just came from the art and advocacy and activism session, right? We talked a lot about creativity. And then we also used universal design for learning. So one of the things we were really committed to in LEDA is thinking about how can we make sure that we are inclusive in everything that we're trying to build. And so we really tried to listen. So many people who we talked to in encampment sites, for example, we asked if you are going to engage and be part of LEDA, how would you access the curriculum? And most of them shared on our phone. Right? Our phone is what we're going to use. And so we wanted to make sure, even thinking about pieces like, is LEDA accessible through a phone, right? Do we have different literacy levels, mixed in, where we have some that are audio and videos, not just reading materials? So we really tried to use universal design to think about our LEDA, which again, was a huge investment of time. It took a lot of energy, a lot of careful planning, but we really were committed to doing this. And you can see some of the UDL principles there listed below as well. So we have some core topics that are included in LEDA. And these are core topics. Again, our core topics came directly out of our focus groups that we conducted. So when we talked to folks around the nation, we started to ask a series of questions. We took all of that feedback back and we started to theme it, right, and come up with thematic analysis. And these, again, came from people, including people who are currently unhoused and experiencing homelessness. And folks told us, right, we, in order to be part of public policy change and to be in our town halls and committees, we would love to have more support and feel more empowered around technology literacy, especially since during COVID-19 and thereafter, so many different meetings. Look at us today on our summit, right? We're meeting virtually. And sometimes there's a lot of assumptions that everybody knows how to use virtual technology. And so people experiencing homelessness, many shared, right? I need still help to learn, how do I create a PowerPoint that I'm going to go present at the town hall? I need help to know in Zoom, there's so many different features. How do I use the hand raising feature? And I'll stop and say, I see some hands up as well. And when I get through this slide, I'll pause and take a few questions. Wellness and self-care. This was a really, really huge piece of our curriculum that we've tried to embed throughout all of the modules, just touch points as well. Because what we know is when you have lived experience or you're currently unhoused, you can have a lot of triggers and trauma that pops up and comes up. And so how do we take care of ourselves as we are doing this work? How do we make sure that we are also providing community care for each other as we do this work? So we really try to look and offer resources around that. The history of homelessness. We have a very complex history in the United States. One that begins, with colonialism, the patriarchy, continued white supremacy, conversations that often many find challenging and hard to have, but are essential to these conversations. So we really wanted to make sure that we talk about the history of homelessness. We also intersectionally link it to different pieces to give everybody a holistic understanding as we go into spaces to transform public policy and to advance housing justice. Communication. This was probably one of our largest pieces that came out of our focus groups. So many different people said, you know, I need help with communication. I don't know exactly how to tell my story. I don't know exactly, you know, how to adapt my story when I'm in front of different audiences, right? Speaking at a congressional briefing, speaking at a town hall, speaking within my encampment site or shelter to organize. And so communication was really looked at from a different angles, from public speaking angles, nonverbal communication pieces, adapting and telling our story, all the way to linking it to organizing and to public policy, right? How do we use communication to amplify the work that we are doing? Financial literacy. So many talked about financial literacy would be very helpful, that I need to understand more, and this would help me individually, which would help me also allow me to participate and engage more in this work. And so we were really lucky. Michelle Bush helped with the financial literacy, and this is a passion Michelle has. And so we were able to really build a module around this. Organizing and advocacy. We were very strategic with the order of how we included the themes. We started with technology literacy because LEDA, it involves a lot of technology, right? So we wanted to make sure people are equipped from the beginning to use it, all the way into wellness and self-care being that foundation, but finally moving into the organizing and the advocacy and the activism, right? So we have a lot in that module that is very powerful. How are we as activists, how are we as, you know, thinking about organizing and mobilizing? How do we do that? And how do we move forward? And what are resources that we can tap into? One of the beautiful things about LEDA, I'll just share, you know, again, we had so many experts from Lori to just so many, as you saw earlier, bringing in expertise and ideas. And then our leadership team and I were able to kind of shape cohesion to all of this. But one of the really beautiful things about LEDA is that it's dynamic as well. So while we have this set up, we've designed it in a way where as things evolve, we as NCH are going to have the capacity and ability to constantly edit and refine and add to LEDA to keep up so that it's current, because all of us in this landscape know the landscape is constantly changing, right? Policies are changing, resources grow more and more. And so many of you as well will probably have resources to share with us. And we're building out really nice, extensive, extended resources banks as well for people to be able to access as they come into the LEDA community. So I'm going to take a breath and pause. I'm trying to squeeze a lot in today. I see some hands up, so I'll just go in order of the hands. Or Donald, do you want to call on the folks? I want to make sure I don't miss anyone. You may, as a host, be able to see a little more clearly.
Gail, did you want to ask a question?
Oh, yes. Thank you for the presentation. I always liked, you know, peer-focused opportunities, you know.
Yes.
You know, I was homeless, you know, and also I had I was diagnosed with a mental illness symptom. And I belong to Academy of Peer Service. I did some training. Would that platform be similar to that? Like, if you're familiar with that, Academy of Peer Service? Thank you.
Awesome, Gail. What a great question. And so we do have peer support elements are really built into this curriculum. I think I would be really interested, Gail, for you to go through this, right? And to be able to tell us, because I think we've added a lot of current and intentional pieces as well that provide people with different networks and resources to push forward in. I'm going to talk about this a little later, but moving forward, we have many projects in our dreams being manifested here, but we actually have kind of everybody who goes through LEDA, our hope is eventually to have built out an entire peer certification, which would be even more in depth. One of the challenges we had, there's so much that is pressing and needs to be covered, right? And so Lita, we had kind of, this is limited amount of hours. We wanted to give people enough skills to get going and resources to get going. But we understand that some of these, take the history of homelessness or even organizing and advocacy. That is an entire course in itself, right? And so while these are just kind of highlights within the modules, our goal is to eventually build out even more. And we've started really working on that. And so thank you, Gail. What a great question.
You're welcome.
We also had William Norwood with his hand up.
Hi, William.
William, that may have been a hand up from before, but did you have anything?
No, I'm so sorry. Let me take that down. I did enjoy the presentation. Awesome job. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, William. Thanks for your support and being here. So I just wanted to share, in addition to core topics, we have interconnected themes that are woven into each of the core topics. So just to give everybody an idea, there are reflective components. When people go through LEDA, we say it is work, right? We're going to have to, do some work here. We're going to have to open ourselves up. We're going to have to tap into reflective practice. But these are some of our interconnected themes: transformative leadership, best and promising practices for leadership, legal connections. And again, we are so lucky we had David Perry, our in-house attorney, on board for this. So David, know your rights. We're continuing to kind of build that out. Our hope is to continue to have, and we talked about this earlier, so many of you just today at the summit, I saw even in the chat box, people were saying, it'd be great, people need to know their rights, right? We've got to continue to teach people so they can organize in communities. And so, yeah, we're starting to kind of continue to build some of that out as well. I would just share even some of our speakers earlier this morning. We had such good discussion around this, and I'll be tapping back into some of our speakers to continue enriching this as well. Trauma-informed care and healing. How do we handle triggers, right? How do we focus on not just trauma-informed care, but healing-centered engagement in our work? Public policy, thinking about legislative process, current policies, key vocabulary, right? Jargon, acronyms, there are so many. You start entering the public policy landscape and there are so many acronyms, and it can take a while to learn. And so we want to make sure that people are comfortable with that. So when they're in meetings and spaces, they're empowered to be part of those discussions. Extended learning resources. This is, again, additional resources and tools. And then again, wellness. Self-care reminders and tips, which we really feel is essential for all of us in these spaces. There's a lot of, we know, actually, I'm part of a research study now where we're looking at activists and finding, right, that for many activists, life trajectory is actually shorter, and there's physical health that can be really impacted as well for various reasons. So how do we, within our own communities, as we are activists and transformers and world shapers, continue to also sustain ourselves and sustain each other? So these are all part of our interactive, interwoven themes. So just to give everyone a snapshot of format options, we are working to eventually publicly launch this across the United States, and even excited to share we have some international interest as well, right? So even kind of building that out. And so we tried to, going back to the universal design principles, say we need to offer different pathways. This can't just look like one pathway because different communities have different needs and different wants. And this also came out of our focused groups. So one, we have individual, instruction that is completely online. So that would be like what we're doing right now, right? Where we are going to take a community, a cohort of individuals through the LEDA program, all virtually, but face-to-face online, okay? The second one is a face-to-face instruction where we're actually in person gathered as a cohort, and you have facilitators who are guiding the learning process for individuals. In fact, we're starting to set up our pilot now for face-to-face instruction. One of our pilot groups will be even our speakers bureau. We have many people in the DC area, Maryland area, who we're going to be calling, who are have lived experience to really give us some good feedback. Then we also have blended, which is kind of a mix of online synchronous, which means we're all here together online at the same time, but then there's self-paced components. And then also, obviously, the asynchronous, right, which is people can just go through this on a self-paced measure as well, right? So there may be folks who are in a shelter and a cohort says, we want to access and go through this, as well. So these are some of the different modes that we're offering. And it's really interesting. We're already starting to have, asks for LEDA across the US. And communities have different asks. Some are saying, we would love to have self-paced cohorts going through this. Others are saying, we would love some in-person facilitation. One of our goals is also to provide pathways and financial opportunities for people who are unhoused. So what our goal is to train people to be facilitators of LEDA, so that what happens is then perhaps you have, I'm thinking about a mother here that I work with in Orlando, right? Fabulous, would be an amazing facilitator for LEDA and is looking for income to support herself and her child. So this is going to offer that opportunity, right? Or in Atlanta, where Anita and Coletta are, right? There are opportunities. Anita, you might say, okay, there's somebody I know that needs financial support that is unhoused right now. Well, hopefully that we can help have them be a facilitator, right? And get paid income to help. So it's kind of a multi-level project where we're addressing a lot of things through LEDA, really through careful design though, and very strategic design. So here is what our timeline is looking like right now, right? So early mid-December, we're starting our pilots. Our pilots are going to be in person. We're going to have an online cohort, completely online, which we're actually going through our healthcare for the homeless group. So David has connections there, and then hybrid, right, as well. So we have kind of a mix going on. In late December, we're going to get all this feedback from our pilots and continue to make edits. So LEDA, we are committed to continuous improvement, making this the best possible, right? And so working over the holiday season, but this is worth it, right? This is worth it to really make those edits and to strengthen. And then our hope and goal is that in January 2023, we can have a public launch. This is where we're going to open it up nationally to say who's interested. We're also simultaneously going to continue fundraising to support diverse communities. So an example I'll just share with you is Donald, David, and myself. We have a meeting coming up, and Roderick as well, and Megan, a meeting coming up with HUD to really talk about, can our government also fund communities to go through LEDA, right? So even thinking about our tribal nations, thinking about our encampment sites, right? Where people are going to want to access LEDA. We want to make sure this is accessible, right? We're not turning people away. The other hope, though, we also want this to provide some revenue stream to come back into NCH so that we can continue to do our activism and our movement. As many of you know, we currently have the Bring America Home Now bond campaign. That is Joel. I don't know if Joel's still on here, but Joel Siegel and Francis and so many people are involved with. Well, we want to bring money also to continue to push our efforts nationally to push for change. June 2023, our plan is to do a summer extensive review where we would have had cohorts already go through LEDA. So we're going to come back together, get that data, look at it, and continue to do enrichment, as well as start to design even some personalized module components. Let me pause for a moment and give you an idea of what that means. An example is, my good friend and colleague and mentor, Barb, is such an advocate for rural communities. Well, what we know is rural communities have diverse and often different needs and issues, right, than other communities. So are there specific things that we can start to even tailor that's going to help rural communities? So, you know, bringing in people like Barb to help with that, bringing in people like Lori with our tribal nations to say, you know, are there pieces we can continue to develop in LEDA there? So this is an ongoing dynamic process. And some of our next steps as we look forward, we are plan to continue building out an advocacy and activism menu. We have Canvas. I should have noted with all of you, we've used Canvas as our learning management system for LEDA. So that is our LMS that we're using. NCH now has that, and we plan to continue to use and build things out on that. Having our Train the Trainer series. So I don't know if like Rochelle is on here, but I know we have many folks interested who want to help to facilitate in communities, right? And so making sure that folks are ready to be able to go out there and help with that. And then peer certification. That is, again, going to be one of our big projects that's going to be more in-depth. And that will be offered for everything from organizations to putting that into universities in many different spaces to make sure that we are really mobilizing people and equipping people with the skills to push for social change. But with LEDA, we center people with lived experience. Again, the heartbeat and pulse of LEDA is that housing is a human right. Everybody deserves housing. And we have to be the ones to push for that, right? Push for that. And we want to make sure people are equipped to push. So let me go ahead and pause here and ask if there are questions and comments. I see some hands up, and I'll let Donald call on people.
Sure. I see at least 3 hands up. I see Sue Watler Phillips, then we have Penny Nance, and then Barbara Anderson.
Hi, Sue.
Hey, Raji, and thanks for the very great overview. Just a couple of thoughts or suggestions. One is it'd be helpful to really push this out somewhat, at least announcing and in the Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week next week, so that people are aware that it's coming. I think that would be really helpful. I think just for people that may not know, educational level, cohort meaning group of folks, and module is kind of how you teach it. And I think we just have to be really careful on our language. Then on payments, certainly do think that we should be paying anybody that's helping with the training and stuff. I think that we still need to continue to work on, as we are here in Minnesota, with our Minnesota interagency, is having any income that people that are paid either by providing expertise that is not counted against it's not counted as income against their public assistance benefits. I think we need to do that both on the federal level as well as on the state level. And then I assume that the Train the Trainer will also have a certification. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
And one thing I want to pause really quick and just say, or pause us here, because Sue brought up a good point. I want to share one of the things we did with LEDA. When we did focus groups, we paid everybody, right? So we are committed to doing equity, centering equity in this work. And so many times people who are unhoused, people who are, you know, also diverse in different ways. I know myself, you know, we're exploited in ways, right? And so we were committed to making sure people were paid. We gave people a number of options to make sure that they weren't penalized in some way. So we said, do you want an honorarium or cash? Do you want a gift card, right? What helps you the most? And so that is something we built into LEDA to be really responsive.
And I would just add on that note, we're working in a couple of places to make sure that we are able to address the issue of people being paid.
Yes.
As TA participants, as people on boards and staff, we're working with the Los Angeles LASA. And what we're looking at now is using the double taxation laws to address people being paid for consulting and TA and that kind of work. A lot of work to do on it, but we're already addressing that. In addition to all the focus groups, all of the people who provided input into the development were paid as well.
Yes.
People who will be doing the actual facilitation will be paid as well. So we're making sure that, unlike other parts of society, compensation is always a part of what we do when we work with people with lived experience. I see Penny Nance and then Barbara Anderson.
Hi, Penny.
Hi, got my kitty cat up
I
here.
know, I was about to say, and hi, Penny's cat.
Yeah,
Penny,
that's
did you have a
old Cleo.
question?
Well, it's sort of question and sort of comment. I spoke with the group this morning and ended up with a wonderful question and a conversation about abandoned homes or homes that are that really need to be knocked down, you know, and stuff. But I know my daughter mentioned something about laws, especially down there in Virginia, where abandoned house or house that really needs to be knocked down, it has to be repaired. You know, it just, you can't just knock it down and rebuild on the property. You have to like repair whatever it is and or add on to it.
Yeah.
And so that's part of the statement. And I guess the question that came out of that is, you know, is I'm sure laws are being worked on to change that. Because there are so many in Virginia, West Virginia. They're from Missouri. Even here in DC, there are buildings that have been just abandoned for, I know, even longer than 20, 30 years, just here in DC alone. And, you know, but there's a law that's keeping them stuck like that. And is there anything being done to work on that, to get those things that change?
Penny, I can share a little bit about that. Not in reference to LEDA, but in reference to the overall work that NCH is doing. We're actually working on a production bill where we would promote or get the federal government to promote adaptive reuse. So that's taking those buildings and actually using them for housing for people that are experiencing homelessness. We would have to look at those laws. And so thank you for bringing it up and ways we can get them changed. I know in Cincinnati, what we did is people were penalized financially if they had buildings that were laying vacant for extended periods of time. So we're looking at all angles, but we are definitely looking at, we have tens of thousands of abandoned buildings in every community. And tens of thousands of people living on the street. There's a connection there and we need to work on it. We're gonna move on to the next person, Barbara Anderson.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say I love you all. Bye.
Love you too, Penny.
Okay, one of the things that we have, one of my staff people currently is what's called a peer recovery coach here in Indiana. And while you were talking, all I could think of was that we do need to get this, as Ruthie said, copyrighted and under our name quickly. Because there are currently just in our community over 100 trained peer recovery coaches, and their curriculum was all paid for. All the training was paid for by local community mental health centers, nonprofits for the people that went through it. So the training is actually paid for by the people who want to hire these folks. And we have, my own staff person came from the peer recovery training, and she lived in my shelter when she was 17 years old. So it does work. This kind of training works. And there's a model already in place on how to market it. We should look at the peer recovery system because there are 5,000 of them now in Indiana.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are people all over the country doing this through the recovery world. I think we could just model, and one thing would be get attached to a university. And I think one of the things we should look at quickly would be one that's always been a good friend of ours is George Washington University. And the other is Stetson. That's a natural fit since you're there. But I do think that we need to kind of hop on that. And there is actually some numbers of some people in Indianapolis who work with the national model that holds the peer recovery training certification. And I can get that information because it is something to look at and maybe model in the distribution. And that has turned into an industry in and of itself for them.
Thank you very much. I'm going to jump in really quick. We have nonprofit organizations and continuums in about
exactly
right now want to fund this project.
Yeah.
We're trying to so the reason you haven't seen it advertised as much is in the, David and I and Raji and I have done workshops on it and the interest explodes.
Yeah.
And so we want to contain it until we're up and ready to go. So right now we're in negotiations with maybe 4 communities and then a national organization representing 50 communities. We've gotten it out there. The difference in this and peer support from either mental health or substance abuse is this is targeting housing. So we know that those other peer support examples exist, but one of the reasons the concept of LEADA came up is because there's nothing that is directed towards housing, because not everybody has mental health or substance abuse issues. So we wanted something that could address the underlying issues that keep people from getting into housing, and the financial literacy and the wellness and all those other things are really related to the condition of not having housing versus the condition of mental health or substance abuse. But
yeah, I agree with that. I think that it would just be great for us to look at how to align very quickly to hit the ground running and to become certified before somebody else gets the idea to use it.
So we do have a request in the SAMHSA and the VA and HUD. So we're doing as much as we can to connect all those groups. It is a lot. And I thank God for David and his ability to do the logistics, but the numbers are pouring in. And we do want to build out the other things like peer support. And from this call today, tenant organizing, groundwork, legal issues, we can build all of that out in LEADA because we have the platform now. So if you have an idea about a piece of the platform that we can put in place to help people experiencing homelessness, we'd love to get it. And as we go to June and think about redeveloping this thing, we will have those ideas. We do also,
And Donald, I just wanted to share really quick, Barb. So Stetson agreed. And so on the certificates, we're having Stetson's also, signed on, right? So there's a university base. The only thing with this, it's certain communities can apply to get CEUs, but it's not, it's a short right? It's kind of more of a workshop as opposed to an entire semester course. Or
I can see this being marketed in all arenas.
Yes.
And certification.
Yeah,
it could be very invaluable for everybody.
Yeah, and I'm excited because everybody who has been involved, we've really tried to showcase. So you'll see when you get into, the curriculum, even all of the diverse voices, everybody with lived experience, everybody gets their credit. We want to make sure that people are able to build and use this, right, in different ways to showcase their skills. What I loved about our team is everybody was able to showcase their skills and come forward, right? We had somebody who loved policy, somebody who loved graphic design and art, somebody who loved this. So we all kind of came together in different ways to be able to come together and build this, which is awesome. Our hope is, again, it also provides income revenue and streams for people who are currently unhoused, right, moving forward.
Awesome. Let's take 2 more questions because I am a horrible facilitator and we're way over our time. But I think this is important and your questions are important. So we have Kenya and then Anita.
Thank you, Donald. Currently, we have a few people on our social media channel who have questions about LIDA, and a few of them have expressed interest in becoming a facilitator. Is anyone able to address, like, what are maybe some of the steps that they can take, or who should they reach out to if they're interested in being part of this program?
Awesome.
Go ahead, Rajni, if you wanted to share, and I can also share.
Yeah, well, I think, let me change our slide here. Oh, okay. So here we have listed email addresses. So you're welcome to email any of us and let us know. Right now, we're in the phase again of pilots. So we're piloting right now, but our next phase, we're going to take, build out the series where we're basically have a separate series to certify people to facilitate, right? And so during that phase, we're going to have folks, and I'm sorry, by the way, y'all, if I'm not so articulate today, we've been dealing with 2 hurricanes in Florida, and I'm very sleep deprived. I've been in shelters all night and helping people who are unhoused. So bear with me. But we, have basically, we're going to go through our pilots, and then we're developing a whole program for people who are, want to be facilitators to come through. And then once people have that certification, we're going to have kind of a network. If you imagine this web across the US, we're going to actually try to map it out, right? We'll have LIDA facilitators and alumni all over the US, right? So that way, hopefully we have some, people in every state and community. So that way, when cohorts want to come through, we can call on folks, and it also will give paid positions for people to help. So it's, again, multifaceted in that regard. Donald?
And I was also going to say, if you contact us and you're interested in helping develop LIDA, that's awesome, and we welcome you.
Yes.
I would also say NCH has other technical assistance opportunities available. So reach out to us. We'll try to match you with what opportunity best fits your skill set.
Yeah.
And we've had some amazing success since we started doing pretty robust technical assistance. We have, people who are buying their first homes after actually doing this work. So we believe in providing the opportunity for people to move forward with their lives. And I know not everyone on this call is biblical, but it's giving people the opportunity to learn how to fish versus giving people a fish is what we do. So Anita, did you want to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to share that I think there are lots and lots of people who have lived experience who are ready to teach all of us. And we did that for years in Atlanta. And so let's make sure that we honor the other sort of styles of peer training. The mental health care peer training is magnificent. It really is. So we just need to be sure we are honoring all of the others. It is different because it emphasizes housing, but it's also comprehensive in terms of talking about the whole arena. So thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna move on. Rajni, thank you so much for your presentation.
You're welcome. I'll end really quick by sharing. This is a photograph that I took in those of you out in California. It's by Brian Peterson and Deman Lujan. And there's some homeless history there too, getting to know stories, but we talked a lot about art earlier today. And I just wanted to end by saying that LIDA is also rooted in love. And so lots of love has been put into this development. And a lot of love is going to ripple back into our world, love and justice. So thank you all so much. And if you have questions, let us know.
So thank you very much. We thought this was incredibly important for people to know about. Again, it has been well received all over the country, really ready to get it going. And I see Roderick Woodruff has joined us. Thank you, Roderick, for joining us. And thank all of you for sticking around. So we're going to open up the room and give everybody the opportunity to share. So I want you to go back in history. If you want to close your eyes, that's fine. You don't have to, though. So I want you to go back in history to this morning when we had the plenary session and these small groups, and the discussions that you had lead to the answer that we hope to get in this next message, in this next session. So this session is open to everybody, and please bring in some of what you heard in those rooms. The question here is, what does a national homeless campaign look like? So again, what does a national homeless campaign look like? So we've talked about a lot of work going on in different silos, different advocacy groups, whether it's people who do work around litigation, people who do work around tenants' rights or canvassing, people who use the arts. How do we fuse these together? How do we break down those silos and get one movement that is going to change the trajectory of homelessness in this country? And so how do we build that? So I'd love to hear from anybody. No comment is a bad comment or a comment that we don't recognize, but we want to hear from you. We want to hear how we can do this. And I see we have some hands up already. So why don't we go with Sue and then Gail?
Thanks, and thanks for everyone's involvement today. This has been an incredible day, and I really appreciate everyone that's been here and all the presenters. I think it's not making one movement, but it's rather us being a part of every movement. And so obviously we will have, some leadership in the work that we're doing in moving this forward. But I think that we need to infiltrate every other movement too, to have having a safe, decent, accessible home that's affordable, whether it's rental or home ownership, it's affordable for people at the income that they have. And I think that we do that by having people that have experienced homelessness or housing instability or housing crises, people have experienced discrimination as the key leaders, and that happens by having federal resources and state and local resources at the local level, at the community level. And again, having it designed, the responses designed by 51% at least of the people at the table, decision-making table, being people that experienced homelessness or housing crisis, and then other folks. And with that, I think that we need to be talking about equity with all the different resources that we have available. So on the federal level and on the state level is our, what we call our tax expenditure budget, which is the budget that basically the wealthy and homeowners get most of our tax breaks at. And I put myself as a homeowner, so I get a lot of tax breaks, 4 times more than we put into housing for people at 0 to 30% of median income. How we appropriate dollars, that's how we do those NOFAs, those super NOFAs, or their RFPs at the state level. That we need to look at the entire budgets of different federal and state agencies and how they can work together to create those resources, as well as making sure bonding dollars and other types of resources that are available in our community are utilized in an equitable way, so that we're not investing the vast majority of our housing dollars into housing for people that don't need our dollars, and that's homeowners, as well as other folks getting tax breaks. Is that we really are about sharing with each other about the common good. And again, as my dear friend, Senator Wellstone said, we all do better when we all do better. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue, and I really appreciate those comments. Our next next person is Gail.
Oh yeah. Hello again. Again, I'm from New York. Hello, and you probably can hear my accent. And also, I would say more focus groups. That's always essential because people come from all over, and statistics. And opinions count. And even webinars like today, ongoing. Not just today. It should be continuous. Maybe every week, every month, and also. I agree with the stipends for peers, because, we're on a limited income. So, stipends are always good, and always, and going to Washington and Albany, like local, like the other person said, the government officials, that definitely helps and prepare strategic planning when we go to Washington or Albany. So what to say and follow up on that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other hands, other thoughts. I have some people who love to share their opinion on this call, and I don't see any hands. I'm not sure. Okay, Amy. Thank you, Amy. Amy is with the National Consumer Advisory Board, and I see Valerie with the National, and Anthony as well. So we'll go Amy, Valerie, and then Anthony.
Yeah, I think it's about showing up, right? We've talked a lot about that. And often what I say to a lot of my friends who've been homeless is my story of homelessness is different than yours, but we all have homelessness in common. And it's up to us to tell our stories and to share our experiences to make change. I think that's incredibly important. I agree with Gail about being paid for the work, and the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council has been really great about that as far as recognizing the skills and the work of people with lived experience. And as you know, Donald, I am the president of the board, and I still say to myself, how did that happen, right? But someone saw something in me a long time ago and said, you need to talk about your experience of family homelessness. You need to share that with the world. And so I'm honored and humbled to be the president of the council's board of directors. And I'm excited for other people with lived experience to know that they can also be the president of a board. They absolutely can do that. I think if we have the right kind of services and people in place, we can overcome homelessness. And it's just a piece of our story, right?
Absolutely. The possibilities are endless. Thank you, Amy.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Valerie.
Hi. So what I'm getting from this is I see a movement, I see hope, and I see empowerment. Because when you look at when I look at the homeless community, is they're thirsty and they're looking for direction. They want to be a part of something, and they want to feel empowered. And I think this is the opportunity, Donald, to just mobilize people to be a part of something, because that's what it's all about, being a part of something. And this is the right platform for people wanting to be a part of something with not just monetary, but a fulfillment at the end. Housing, opportunities. It's just so much. I just see so much with this. So I just want to thank you for just this awesome day today of information where I could take to the people and say, hey, come on and join this. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Thank you for all the work you do. And thank you for the message about the housing project that you guys won in Cincinnati. So I really appreciate understanding that. That's amazing. Anthony Prince. Anthony is actually the legal counsel and the leader of the National Union for the Homeless, and has been around for a very long time doing important work. He was around when we were unified as a movement, right, Anthony?
That's right, Donald. So yeah, just a few things. First of all, I think that the discussion so far has been excellent, just like the one we had last year. Every opportunity we have to bring people together to exchange ideas and experiences is critical. The speed of motion is always important, but the direction of motion, I think, is equally important, because you can go very fast in the wrong direction or a direction other than the one you need to go. So having these kind of discussions and frank discussions and even arguments and debates, I think is actually critical. If we're serious about this, then we can't always be all the time, agreeing on everything, because we have to really spell out the issues that we see and where we can agree on the most important things and set aside disagreements on the less important things. Because I think the Homeless Union, we believe that we're at a crucial historic turning point with the massive influx of people into the ranks of the homeless, tenants at risk of becoming homeless. It isn't like it used to be. We're counseling attorneys who do eviction defense now to tell the judges that if they issue a judgment for possession, they're essentially consigning someone to homelessness, because it isn't like it was, where you could be evicted from one place, get yourself another place. And so the severity of the crisis and it presents also these opportunities. So very quickly, in terms of how to build a national movement, I would say the following. First of all, I think as Donald pointed out at the beginning of the meeting, we do have to kind of nationalize, have a national approach. I think that manifests itself on local levels and different forms, but it's rooted in a national crisis and it requires a national resolution and national resources. The second thing is I think we need to look at possibly pushing for congressional hearings if we're going to have a national movement to shine a light not just on the existence of homelessness, because people know there's homelessness, and sometimes people feel, well, I don't like the fact there's homelessness because I don't like the homeless, and other people feel that there's homelessness because nothing's being done about it. But if we could have some press for some either in Washington D.C. national congressional hearings, or even at district-wide level, some kind of coordinated or synchronized hearings at the congressional district level on the issue of housing and homelessness. We had a President Biden promised when he was running, when he met with us at one of our National Union of the Homeless, the Poor People's Campaign, National Poor People's Campaign meeting with Reverend Barber and Reverend Liz, he said that poverty would be his priority. Ending homelessness would be a priority. I don't see that that's really emerging in the way that it should. Secondly, or the third, I would say too, that we should, in terms of connected to hearings, is that those who speak, and I really like the leadership, the learned experience leadership program that you guys are rolling out, because I think it's not just a question of telling stories about being homeless. That's important, but also letting people with lived experience summarize what the significance of that and point the way to solutions to analyze. I remember reading about how Frederick Douglass, when he first became popular, they'd have him travel the country and he'd speak about his conditions when he was a slave, but then they'd stop him when he tried to talk about his analysis, and what his solutions are. That point they'd stop and they only want to hear how bad it was. And we have to let our speakers with that experience speak also about organizing and what they see as solutions. And then finally, I would really think that we ought to consider some kind of national action or a series of coordinated actions at the local level that convey a national spotlight, like we did. We're coming up in October of next year on the 34th anniversary of the Housing Now March, which we were all part of back in 1989. And I think that it really is time, considering the millions of people perched on the edge of homelessness and becoming homeless, to really break this thing out of its isolation and force a national attention to this thing in a very dramatic way. So I think we ought to think about some kind of coordinated national actions in the different localities, or a single, perhaps mass gathering that would equally dramatize what we're talking about. Those are just some ideas that we've been talking about in the union. And I will tell you now that we are looking forward to a real continuing our partnership with the National Coalition for the Homeless. We think that it's been very healthy in the last year and a half or so. We've been part of these meetings and discussions and some joint projects and communications. It's been we think it's been extremely rewarding and important. So we're absolutely committed to going forward with that. And I'll try to reduce some of these proposals to writing and share them with the leadership of the coalition. But I think it's time to build a true national movement for housing that isn't just about improving the existing conditions of homeless and retaining their status of being homeless, but actually eliminating homeless in the United States.
Anthony, thank you very much. Really, really important and powerful thoughts about how we make this movement really happen. And as you know, we're in lockstep, on most of those things, well, all of the things, and really looking forward to having some really deep conversations about how we actualize all of those issues. And I'll share one idea I have. I haven't shared it with many people, but I'm going to share that in the next session about where do we go from here. And I think you'll like what me and a couple of other people have come up with about a new direction for us.
Donald,
Connie,
I forgot. Could I
Go
have,
ahead.
I forgot one more thing that they wanted me to bring up. The other thing that we feel about building a national movement is to have a research and then publication component to show that housing now is possible, feasible, and necessary, and do the necessary research to show the fact that, like we were talking a little bit earlier, to build housing is not some 5-year down the road, 4-year down the road, a few affordable units and another one of these big tall complexes. But it is possible, it is feasible, it's necessary, and it's cost effective. And change this narrative that it's just some distant dream or it's just some unattainable objective. It's not. We have to show the practicality, feasibility of it. So that was the other aspect, is to develop the kind of research and then publicizing the results of that research very broadly. That could also be part of these hearings that we're talking about.
Thank you, Anthony. Connie Jean? Connie, you're on mute.
I also don't have the mic on anyways. The reason a lot of people shy away from being supportive, I feel, I mean, I really truly feel this, is because they've not been there. And they've not been where we've been. They've not been through what we've been through. They don't understand. And I think telling, people mentioned telling their stories, that's real important. It's real important to let people know what we've gone through, but it's also those of you that know me know my concern is for the ones who become homeless first and have the most trouble living in housing are the traumatized people who've been through child abuse or been through other traumas in their childhood. They don't know how to fit in the community. And then you get people saying, oh, they're all alcoholics, they're all drug addicts, they don't want housing. Well, they don't know how to fit into housing. They want it, they just don't know how to fit in. So we need to be helping the people that are traumatized, and they're not going to get help while in the streets. They need to have a roof over their head and feel safe to be able to learn how to fit in. And then we need to tell our stories about these kind of difficulties to the general public so that they get the idea, to develop some empathy, because they're not going to develop empathy if they have no clue, if they don't see what's going on. Anyways, that's my big concern. And I do want to point out something else that I've come to realize. Everybody I've been meeting through NCH, almost everybody, their homelessness was when they were younger. I was not homeless younger. I mean, I had a lot of problems, believe me, but I wasn't homeless. When you're homeless I'm 70, to me, and if you figure in my ACE score, for adverse childhood experiences takes 30 years off my life, and then the homelessness takes time off my life, I'm old, so I'm not going to be able to do all the things I want to do, but I'm going to try and squeeze them in. But the things that help other people are not the same things that help someone my age. And the key thing I've learned since I've been involved in this, it's really helped a lot my recovery, is that I learned to fight to help myself. I went through hell with paperwork just last winter to keep a roof over my head, because I got that federal funding that went through the state, and the paperwork was a nightmare. And I got this Section 8 on this place because it's where I need to be for my mental health. I can look out my windows and see, the mountains, so, but it's anyways, I think the key is help the trauma informed and educate people so they have some empathy and understanding. And that's telling our stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a lot of people responded to your comments about being homeless as an older adult. Thank you for raising it. And other people have shared that they had the same experience. And we do believe that we need comprehensive solutions where it doesn't matter where you are on the spectrum or on the on your age, on the age range. We should have a solution that fits each and every person and their situation. So that's what we're pushing for. So I have David, Sue, Renee, and then Penny.
Okay, I'm next. I just want to follow up on some of the themes that Anthony Prince said. And by the way, I'm going to throw my hat into the ring to become the president of the Anthony Prince fan club. He said some powerful things in our room number 4 here. And so it's a lot of what he says is really speaking truth to power. And also I want to tie in some of the themes of our Bring America Home campaign. The way that I see us looking as a national campaign, national movement to end homelessness is a bit looking like, say, the antidote to the Cicero Institute, which has had amazing success in fostering this horrible legislation that has done nothing to end homelessness. In fact, is only making homelessness worse. But it's kind of simplistic to call ourselves an anti-Cicero Institute because their solutions are simplistic. Okay, it's very easy to arrest people, but the productive solution is a little more complicated. I mean, it's to provide homes, but the actual means to providing the homes is far more complicated than simply arresting someone. So we really need to put out an equivalent national message. We need to debunk these myths that's being promoted by the Cicero Institute to show that their solutions not just make things worse, but actually kill people. We've got data that shows that homelessness sweeps result in increase in inpatient hospitalizations, result in increase in overdoses, and actually results in increase in deaths. So criminalization quite literally kills, and that is not an overstatement. We have research to support that. And so I think we need to promote that. And I know that there's a lot of people out there that don't give a damn whether poor people die or not, but I think it does horrify the average American if we show in very stark terms that these purported solutions do result in more harm than what the average American would imagine. So very much in short, I think we need to follow up on what this National Institute has done to promote this horrific national legislation. And we need to come up with our own productive alternatives. And as I said, that's tying in some of the threads of the Bring America Home campaign that we already have in existence.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. Sue Butler Phillips.
I would like to speak, but I'd like other folks that have not spoken yet in this section to speak first.
I don't know if we have anybody that has their hand up that hasn't already spoken.
Okay, well, I'll just real quickly then just say, I just want to again echo everything that Anthony said. I think that we need some very significant national action and local actions, very similar to what we did with Housing Now and Hands Across America for those that I aged myself in the 80s. I do think that one of the things that when Barbara Duffield, who wrote the Education for Homeless Children and Youth and passed that while she was staff at the National Coalition, she used to do the National Resource Center at the National Coalition for the Homeless. We've heard today just an incredible number of models around the country, examples of ways that communities could look at what's happening in other communities. I don't like best practices or the model that everybody should use because I don't think one size fits all. But I do think that people can learn from each other. And so I think having a National Resource Center is really, really important. I encourage you, I put into the chat, the Biden administration did put out in May 2022 some major housing directions that they're heading. These are things that we're looking at, including in the Bring America Home Now work legislation that we're working on. And then the final point is that in addition to using our stories and really the solutions of that, I really encourage any and all of you who are willing to, is to try to become a local, state, or federal elected person to help shape policy. Thanks.
Thank you, Sue. Renee Mitchell and then Penny Nance. And if anybody else wants to speak, please raise your hand.
Okay, I listened to everything that y'all was saying, the different types of ideas that y'all have. But in my opinion, I think that you should come at this with no wrong door, okay, and find a confirmative, comprehensive way of putting it all together, racial equity, okay, housing, okay. And to be honest with you, everybody has a homeless story, okay? But you want to be honest with, I want to be honest with you. The politicians don't care about your homeless story unless it's an embarrassment to them, okay? So maybe in your campaign, you can show how many dollars was brought into this situation and no resources got to the people. That's an embarrassment. Maybe it's billions of people sitting in this shelter for a certain amount of years with a voucher or whatever and haven't gotten housed, okay? That way, when you give them an embarrassment and it shows that they're in position and they haven't done their job, X amount of months, X amount of years, or whatever the case may be, they'll be more willing to pass legislature to give you funding, okay, for your project. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Renee. Really appreciate that, that comment. And in the chat, for those of you who haven't done it yet, you've heard a lot of conversation about the Bring America Home Now campaign. Please join the campaign. If you haven't done it yet, please, your organization should become a part of this campaign. The bigger our group of partners is, excuse me, the louder our voice is. We don't have the power of money or resources, but we do have the power of the people. And the only way we can show that is for people to sign on. So Penny, you're next.
Well, I guess my comment is more around kind of like the homeless type housing. Not the shelters as we know now, but like the tiny homes. Make those a like a temporary type shelter, communities. But maybe a little bit bigger, tiny home community. Because it's important to have your own kitchen, your own bathroom, as well as your own bedroom and living area, your own refrigerator, you'll be able to cook and stuff, and your own washer and dryer, where maybe in a shelter community, tiny home, you might have this one big building that has, certain things in there for showers or laundry facilities or cooking or, maybe a day room or something. So different models like that to go from like a small tiny home shelter that's temporary to a small home that's more permanent, but still is a tiny home community, just maybe a little bit bigger than a tiny home. I don't know, just those kind of models I really think are very important because there's always going to be homeless. No matter how much we end homeless, there's always going to be a need for emergency homeless shelter or community. That's just because of the natural disasters and fires and, whatever else, there's always going to be that immediate need. So, well,
all right.
That's my 2 cents. Love everybody.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Penny.
Okay.
We have Anita, Janelle, and then Dr. Rajni Shankar Brown. And we'll, after we get through that part, We're going to end this part of the session, and then we're going to move to concrete solutions. We've heard what we need to do. How do we get started? So Anita Beatty.
Well, I might should keep this to the last part because I love the adaptive reuse issue. And I think not just the main issue for housing, but it's the easiest one. It doesn't require rebuilding anything, but there's so many derelict buildings and mostly motels and hotels, and they're perfect for adaptive reuse. So maybe we could have a subgroup of people or the way you all are doing in terms of organizing, maybe we could have a project to research how many possible buildings there are in this country that could be reused in every community for people to be housed. And that's just really on my mind right now.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. It's very important. The most affordable housing has already been built is what Linda says. Linda,
Yeah,
I'm going to ask you to
exactly right.
explain that. Okay, right. I get it. I connected now. I'm slow. Thank you very much. Couldn't get that connection at first.
That's a great
Appreciate that comment.
That's a great tagline.
It is. The affordable housing is already built. We just need to adapt it and reuse it and develop it. Adapt it, develop it, and reuse it is what you were saying, right?
That comes from Olmsted County Commissioner Sheila Cascaden in Minnesota. I didn't think it up. She thought it up.
Awesome. We're going to use that as a tagline.
You betcha.
The most affordable housing is already built. I have to write that down. I'm sorry. Janelle?
I'm gonna say I agree with Renee. It's too many of them. I get tired of them when they get up there and say that people there's drugs and alcohol and that they want to their campaign they have a drug and somebody that have done drugs and alcohol. Every time you go to a counselor or go to the Capitol, all you see is drug and alcohol. What about all these other addictions that can get people homeless? When people get homeless, I didn't get homeless by drug and alcohol. I didn't drink until I was 30 years old, but I was homeless many a times. But what I'm just saying is that we never get the proper help that we need because people don't sit and listen to people to the correct way, or say, what can I help you with? Or we got so many lists of things that somebody come up to our agencies to get. Oh, we help with housing. We help with this. We help with that. Okay, what kind of housing do you help? Oh, I'm gonna stick you in here. They always sticking you where they want to stick you at. And I have so many people come to me, tell me that they want to get out this housing. They don't want to be doing this. They don't want to do that because it's better to be homeless than be not, because they can't get what they want or not what they not want, what they need. Actually, what they need. They can't get it because it's one lopsided. Thank you.
Thank you. And really appreciate your comments. Rajni?
Yeah, thank you. I've just been taking so many notes during this whole summit. So everybody's comments and insights are so valuable. So thank you so much for sharing. I just wanted to uplift two things too, as we're thinking. So one, children and youth, again, seeing the large surges, but also just knowing that millions, right? It's like over 10 million have lost a primary caregiver, parent or guardian during COVID due to COVID associated deaths. And racial inequities are really, really glaring here as well. The large overrepresentation of our Black and Brown communities. And many of our emergency shelters and supports and communities are also not having the trauma supports needed for our children and youth who are already facing decreases in access to food and support, and especially housing. And we know that young adults are really, really vulnerable. And it's over 2 of every 3 youth whose parents died were between the ages of 10 to 17, really developmental years. And so I just think that, even as we're pushing, we've got to kind of continue to see, especially what's going on right now in our communities. And then the other piece of that is I just want to uplift again the need to really start to think intersectionally to support, survivors with domestic and intimate partner violence. So, over 80% of women who have experienced homelessness or are currently unhoused are survivors. And there are not enough supports at all around the landscape of the nation. And we're not doing a great job. And there's a lot of funding issues as well with, many of our domestic and partner violence shelters. Are having people who are primarily unhoused, but are not able to tap into some of the resources for those experiencing homelessness, right? And vice versa. So we have a lot of issues here to kind of detangle as we do this work as well. And I just challenge us in our communities to really kind of step up and look at these intersections as well as we're doing this work. So grateful for everybody at this summit. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we have one more hand up and then we'll shift. We're probably going to end a little early today because we don't have as many announcements to make. So we may cut the time off by at least a half an hour, maybe more. I know it's been a long day. I really appreciate how many of you have hung in with us. And we're going to go to the last part in just a second, but I wanted to give Mr. Norwood, who has had some really excellent comments earlier. Did you want to share, Mr. Norwood?
Yes, and thank you so much. I just wanted to make a point on, in relation to the voucher system, there are an array of different vouchers that come to the city and county for use, but the staff is not trained enough to know exactly what a client needs to prove what homelessness is or that they're chronically homeless. And it was a point of experience that I've been through with some clients, and they've waited, as they've had been approved for vouchers, they just waited for the final documentation, and the providers didn't know what they needed to comply with HUD's requirements. And so these people have just been sitting and losing their voucher because of the time constraints on that. So I just think that we should look at that level of training that's necessary and vital in order to connect these people with housings that have vouchers.
Thank you very much. And you make a really good point. I just want to point out that there was, through the Biden administration, a emergency housing voucher program, right? And this was a chance for the many of the housing authorities to really take some leadership in providing housing for people experiencing homelessness. Many of those housing authorities turned down the opportunity. So it's not just that they don't know, some people don't understand, and that's why stories are so important. The need are that people are just people. We've labeled people, we villainize them, and the rest of the community starts to believe that. And so that is the place where stories are so important, so that people know that people are not the stereotypes you may think they are. They come from all backgrounds, all shapes, sizes, and colors, and they can be just as productive as you, but it really is very hard to do that if you're sleeping on the sidewalk. So Frederick, I see you have your hand up, and really, we're gonna go to the next session after Frederick, I promise. Frederick? Frederick, you still there? Okay, so Frederick may be having some okay, go ahead, Frederick.
Yeah, so I just spent a year in a hotel I went in almost a year. I went in April of 2020, and they released everyone to the street in March of 2021. Yeah, the voucher system was like really confusing. I heard I think it was Connie speak about how so many young people are in the system now. I've been like in and out of shelter since I was 5. So um, it's really an uphill battle. Like I try to be as present as possible, like, work and not drink so much or whatever. And I don't really understand the roadblocks I run into. It just seems like sort of disinterest on the account of people who are working in these systems. It's like, there's more of an interest in getting you out and saying that you're like, service resistant or whatever, than there is in just, accessing the money and spending it on people getting housed. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. And really important statement. I think, part of what I hope that we get from this today is that we have been the subjects of a provider-driven movement. So what's important is outcomes and numbers. And sometimes what gets lost in that conversation is people. So in our effort to move people along, we forget about their humanity. And I hope that we don't continue to do that. I hope we can fight for a system that has humanity at the forefront. And that's what all these projects that we're working on are about. So the last question, and Elizabeth, I hope you we're going to start with you first. The last large group discussion is where do we go from here? So we've heard a lot of things about what we need to do. So what we want to take from this discussion is how we do that. And I'll just share, and this is looped into what's going to happen in our upcoming events. One of the hopes that I have is to do a bus tour, the Bring America Home Now bus tour. And what I want to go do is get invited to cities, take people with me, and go to those cities and take off the boards. So we had a national take off the board campaign where we went to communities, we took the boards off of abandoned buildings and we occupied them. So my idea is to go back to taking off the boards and do it in a bus trip. If you want to come with me, be prepared to potentially be arrested. But we want to really highlight this issue. We want to take some of the lessons from the civil rights movement. We want to create enough chaos that people start to understand that we're serious about solving this issue. And if the people that are paid to do it, the advocates aren't going to be able to do it, we're going to do it ourselves. And so we're going to start in Miami and we're going to go up the coast. And if you want to join us, get on the bus. That's what we're going to do. That is our plan. And we'll culminate in a national campaign similar to the Housing Now March. We're forecasting maybe next November or next December to do that. But that's the plan. That's what we want to do organizing this year. We want to travel around the country, start in Miami, go up the coast, and then head out to California, head across country, because there's so many places that are struggling right now. Tennessee, Miami, Missouri, Atlanta, and I can keep going. Washington, D.C. We need to get out there and we need to make this an issue in communities. We can't sit in our silos on Zoom calls and talk about it. We got to do something about it. And this year, we're going to do something about it. So that's I want to start there. I want to hear what other people have to say. And I think Elizabeth had her hand up first. Elizabeth, you want to share?
Hi, good afternoon or good evening, everyone. I'm from New York and I'm currently homeless. I was listening to everyone and what they were saying, and I agree. It's hard to say what to take to bring homeless to a cease. You have to get the politicians to see where we at. They need to come to the shelters. They need to see the conditions that we live in. They need to see that the money's all being allotted, but they're not going to where it should be going. Now the shelter, because I did a lot of research and that's what I do. Now the shelter that I reside in, they own 10 to 11 different shelters. Their allotment of yearly income generates $11.9 million. Where the money go? It doesn't go within the shelter system. We don't even have a housing specialist. We don't have a therapist. We have a nurse that come in from 9 to 5. They don't have no, I think the staff's supposed to be trained, but you don't see them trained because they're very rude to the residents. The security people is rude. We just had a recent death. They put her as a Jane Doe, but we come in with a name, we come in with numbers. So there's a lot going on here in these shelter systems, and people want to be blind-eyed and think it's okay. I speak to directors, the executive directors, and they like to want to brush stuff underneath the carpet. And I do emails. I send to DHS what's going on. No one calls back. No one touch base back with me. So here I am sitting in the shelters, advocate for other residents, but to a certain extent, because you hear it, oh, I'm a troublemaker. Well, let me be a good troublemaker, because sometimes it's like you got to stand up for what is right. Because when I say I had enough, yeah, I've been there for 7 months. But all the stuff that goes on up in there, you would think that you're living in a movie. Living in a movie. But just the reality of it, are our voices really being heard? Because I'm here in New York and I'm hearing that, you know, the mayor is saying, okay, we're in a state of emergency, but we've been having emergency. But nobody hasn't come to address the emergency that we're in. And we're sitting here with vouchers that's expiring, and I understand, and I'm grateful for the vouchers that I received, but they have expiration dates. And they know here in New York, it takes so long to find suitable, affordable housing with these vouchers. So if y'all gonna talk to HUD, tell them to dismantle these expiration dates that they have on these here vouchers, because it's not doing us no good. Because then we have to start the whole process all over again. And that's not helping us. No one should not be living in no shelter for no 2, 3, 4 years. This ain't our home. It's supposed to be temporarily. Temporarily. It's supposed to be a covering until we get housing. Who stays in that shelter for 4 years? 4 years. I've been in here for 7 months and I want out. And I'm trying to hit every resources, every borough presidents for help, for assistance. Because if y'all saying y'all allowed the money out there for resources, for this, for that, so where the money at? Where's the money going to? So I requested for the state controller to do an audit with DHS, HRA, and with all these other shelters, because where the money's going. Because if they come to these shelters, it's not going to the shelters. It's not helping us. Because if it was helping us, then we would be getting our vouchers, and then we would be getting some help to assist us to get permanent housing. So we want things working. They need to do a better plan, which they need to bring forth some form of a model approach system. They need to bring people like me at the round table to discuss what can benefit people like me to help other people to bring forth this homeless problem. I hear, yes, we can get property. I hear the teeny housing, but all that is different from state to state. So we got to look at it. What state can help each state? Because each state is different. My affordability is different than other people's affordability. So we have to look at what state is different than what state. But I just had enough. That's how I look at it. And my whole thing is, if you're not part of a solution, then you're part of the problem. And I'm part of the solution. So I'm ready to do whatever I have to do to make this cause work for everybody. Because nobody don't deserve to be homeless. Nobody. No matter what situation they in, nobody should not be homeless. Not in in this United States of America. No, it shouldn't be.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you very much. I'm going to use your quote, by the way, that you would think you're living in a movie. I think that is as profound as anything I've heard today. So I appreciate you for that. We have a few people with their hands up. I'm going to try to go with the people who've had to share the least. We're going to go with Barbara Anderson, then we'll go with Robert, then Linda, and then Penny.
Well, I don't know, Donald. I had something to say, but she was pretty powerful, so I think I'm going to pass. I just need to digest what she said right now, and there is and my heart's with you, ma'am.
You would think I'm living in a movie. I won out. I don't know how much more powerful you can get than that. Robert, you're next.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, just really powerful statements. Just definitely wanted to acknowledge that. And I know there's a lot of folks out here really doing some really great work out there on the ground. And just for me, you know what I'm saying, I just we was in a conversation earlier. I was just really so surprised about how that, you know, you have to have a social worker to sign off on a permanent supported housing voucher in order for them to be processed. And then just hearing the lady talk about having a voucher and then having a time stamp on it. And these are some of the issues that I know folks have been dealing with on the ground as far as with the voucher system. And I just don't think that we have this woman who's now the head of HUD, who actually said she believed that housing is a human rights. And I really think we should start there. You know, for me, here in Washington, D.C., you know, we have a local interagency council here on homelessness. And one of the things that, you know, the advocates here in the city was able to accomplish was what we call Goal 12, which calls for forming a commission to look at housing as a human rights, not just here in the District of Columbia, but nationwide. And so for me, that's where I believe, you know, I'm hoping that I can get the help and that, you know, commission's put together with a strong base of folks with lived experiences and a really strong base of women. Because one of the things that I've noticed here in Washington, D.C. is that a lot of the women voices are not in being at those tables where those solutions and those programs and policies are being formulated, their voices are lacking. So, you know, that would be my hope that, you know, we can, you know, look at that Goal 12 and Homeward DC 2.0 and work with not just the local NH Council on Homeless here in the District of Columbia, but also the national, you know, homeless Council on Homelessness for the United States, and begin to, to once and for all, look at housing as human rights and what does that actually mean? What does that policy actually look like? And for me, I believe it just looks like, the same way TANF work, and you're able to receive food stamps. If you qualify for it, you should be able to get it. And it shouldn't be a thing where those social housing properties should be designated, with units that's already built. I heard the comment that, we've already built the affordable housing. Yeah, we've already built it, and we have to be, we have to look back on those units and where there's, in every district, every borough, every city, every state, where 1/3 of those housing units are made affordable to folks at certain income levels. And I think that's kind of like where we start, just being fair and folks being able to access housing that's affordable, sustainable, and accessible to them. And it's not like really a lot of rocket scientists for me. It's just about, us being fair. And if there's folks who think that housing is a commodity and not, a human right, then it is a commodity that should be affordable to everyone. And, that's kind of like where our advocacy has been for the last 14 years. And I think, I think we're close to, really helping a lot of people if we can, organize ourselves and really come together with a strong front and, and demand, that folks be able to, access housing. But yeah, so thank all of you guys so much for the work you're doing, and just it's just really been amazing. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you for all the work you do. Robert, if you are interested, is one of the organizers along with Dr. Deborah Gilbert White on Homeless Memorial Day in DC. So they'll be meeting. If you'd like to be a part of that, please reach out. We're also doing a national observance with the Healthcare for the Homeless Council, Amy and Valerie and David. And other members of the Healthcare for the Homeless. So that'll be another event that we hope you'll be a part of. It's on the winter solstice, and we have it every year during that time. So I hope you'll join us. Next, we had Linda.
Hi, Donald, thanks. I just wanted to say that I think the system is so broken that we can't just interrupt it. We need to disrupt it. And if we all have to wear the same colored t-shirt with the same message on it and then start walking into these meetings and changing what the order of the agenda was for the day and saying we're here to talk about this and, bring the babies in the strollers and the seniors with their walkers and their canes and take up the space where people are talking about us without us. We need to be disruptive. Not chaotic, but come with those same solutions we've been talking about all day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you, Linda. You're absolutely right. We do need to be dismantling systems and not just disrupting them. Thank you very much. I have Penny and then Barbara. Did you still want to speak or was your hand up from before? How about Penny and then Barbara?
Okay. One thing, I do want to be on the bus with you. So I'm gonna let you know, even if I have to drive the bus, I want to be on the bus with you. And one of the conversations I had with this group was there's quite a few homeless people that are stuck in homelessness. One, because of trust issues, going to get help, or am I on mute?
No, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. And also the documentations, their IDs or their social security cards, there's certain things like that they're having problems getting, so they can get out of homelessness or jobs or whatever. But there's so many different reasons why people are stuck at being homeless, whether it's in the shelters or out in the streets or in camps or wherever. And maybe, try to find out, why somebody's been homeless long term and try to resolve those issues. I was homeless for 10 years, but those 10 years that I was homeless was also a blessing. They're one of the better years of my 61 years, one of the better years, but I no regrets of living in the different shelters. I still love everybody.
All right, Penny, thank you so much. We have Barbara and then Renee.
I was just going to say a while ago, I love the bus tour idea and look forward to helping organize. And I think you could get every state in the union to do the same thing. And then let's end it with something very similar to housing now, where everybody culminates in Washington and we make such a loud noise that they have to come up. There are systems that are they put some rules into place and then they're interpreted through the continuums, which have been absconded with by providers who are very interested in self-perpetuation and not really ending homelessness. I just think that there's so many things that could happen out of that bus tour. And you couple that with LEDA and we could turn this thing upside down. I believe that.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. you just made me think of a new idea. So thank you for that. Thank you for the inspiration. Maybe it's not just doing one bus, maybe it's doing simultaneous buses.
It does, all over the place.
Mm-hmm. So we're
Greyhound
gonna
could be a sponsor.
see. I was thinking Greyhound or Coach. So thank you very much for your inspiration. Renee, do you have any? You have something else that you wanted to share?
Yeah, y'all talked about different values today for the campaign, like health disparity, racial equity. I think we should not just only mobilize people that's homeless and people with lived experience. I think we should take a broader approach, okay, include communities, okay, and organizations in the Asian community, the Bangladesh community, the Muslim community, okay, and mobilize the local city council and state assembly, because a lot of the local city council and state assembly people, okay, don't believe in congregated shelters, okay, don't believe that solves the homeless problem, okay, they believe in wraparound services, okay, meeting the people where they're at with no wrong door, okay, so I'm sure that I can convince them, the ones that's out there rallying with me about this same agenda and talking about the money-making machine themselves, the billions of dollars going into the developers and the operators, okay, when the homeless, okay, nothing happens to the homeless people, and the homeless people don't get the resources and the care that they need to move them towards self-sufficiency or give them permanent housing. And do something like the Million Man March once we mobilize everybody and take a permanent action. Okay, if it's what you said, go take the signs off the abandoned buildings, okay, or abandoned properties, do that. But let's mobilize not only homeless people, okay, and people with lived experience, let's mobilize communities, the Federation of Asian People, okay, the Jewish organization, Kojo, okay, Lubavitch, okay, the Muslim, okay, because believe me, a lot of people, okay, even if they're not homeless or have lived experience, want something done about the homeless tsunami in New York City, especially with the busloads of migrants coming in, okay, every day.
Thank you, Renee. And that's what, and this is a perfect segue for the next person with their hand up, who's Joel Siegel. The idea of bringing America home is about that. Again, we operate in silos, really about the same issues, and that's issues of inequality, and it affects so many different groups of people. The idea behind bringing America home now is to bring all those voices together. That's why we're doing this today, so that we can start to bring people who are working on the same issue. It may have different forms. It may be housing, or it may be the arts, or tenant organizing, or religion. Everybody who's oppressed and marginalized should be speaking from the same sheet of music, and not whistling a symphony, but joining in a symphony so we can change the world. Joel, you're next.
I've been on Zoom calls and national conferences for 3 decades, and this is the most powerful conference or leadership summit I've ever been a part of. I'm just honored just to be here. There's just so much brilliance on this call, and it's very painful to hear, the suffering of what people are going through in shelters. But Donald, I think the idea of the bus tour is ingenious. I think that's what needs to be done. And, I would ask one question, what would Martin Luther King do right now? And I think what Martin Luther King would do and the civil rights movement is exactly what you've outlined. And that's to take to the streets and show elected officials and the civil society that we're not taking this anymore. Richest country in the world. We're not talking about a lot of money here to house everyone. Actually, before the 80s, I'm 63. I don't remember homelessness. After 85, I remember there was an explosion of homelessness. That was due to the cuts from the Reagan administration. It was about $80 billion. But one of the things that you learn from the civil rights movement or even the Vietnam War movement or the women's movement. And there was always one ask. And I think the federal legislation that we're working on, which is to bring billions and billions of dollars to municipalities and local communities so they can, and have people, create their own civil society plans so they can get funded is going to be critical. But Martin King, whenever King marched and the civil rights movement marched, they always had an ask. And usually that ask was to pass legislation or to change law. So I think as long as we keep in mind, what is that ask? There's nothing that can stop this movement, especially if we bring in musicians and artists. But I'm just honored to be on this call. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joel. We have Rajni and then Sue.
Yeah, I love it. And well said, Joel. And I think, one of the things we're hoping every one of us can do is activate our networks and get organizations and people to sign on to our Bring America Home Now. We want to build a mass movement, and we know that people listen when there are numbers, right? And so if we can collectively bring people in, we're going to be able to really push forward in a very impactful way. The other thing that I just want to share is on my heart that I'm hopeful we can really manifest as NCH in fusion with all the other movements in our world is doing another children's march. So we've talked about this. I really am hopeful that this coming next year, we can bring our children and youth, especially knowing, again, the overrepresentation we are seeing across communities. And some of our children and youth are some of our fiercest leaders in our world, right? And the civil rights movement, you think about even the Children's Crusade and the impact that can have. And so another thing is we kind of plan forward.
Thank you, Rajni. And I think, as we march, we have to make, as we drive the bus, we have to figure out what is best for each community that we go to. So I think in Miami, in Florida, we think about organizing all those educators that you bring to your poverty conference. And we do a march, and the ask is pretty easy. We need enough affordable housing for the number of people that are homeless in this country. And we need you to figure out how to do it. It's not up to us, it's up to you. You're the elected officials. So I think that's how we do it. We put in a way team. They would talk to the people in that local community, and they tell us, this is the action we want to do. And that's how true organizing happens. Sue, and then I think we'll move to the next section, which is really just, we want to talk about upcoming events. If you have an event that you want us to know about, we'll tell you about a couple we have. Then we'll talk about some next steps really briefly, and then we'll close this out with some comments from Rajni and myself, and we'll get out of here. Sue, you want to go ahead?
Thanks. And I want to echo what Joel and Rajni were both saying, is that, in any type of action, you need to have an ask. So in 1989, when we had the Housing Now March, what came out of that was the largest piece of federal legislation at that time, called the Cranston-Gonzalez National Affordable Housing Act. And I think that what we want to come out of the action that we do is to pass the Bring America Home Now Act. And it's going to be multiple acts. And in regards to the cost, we spent in 2017 over $2 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthiest corporations and individuals. We certainly can invest $2 to $4 trillion to make sure that everyone has a safe, decent, accessible home that is affordable for them at the incomes that they have. So I think some of the things that I take from today is the incredible listening that we've had with each other, that the solutions from each of us, and they are very different for every one of our communities. And that my hope is that we have the faith to believe in ourselves, that we have that hope and that vision, and then that we can put that love into action in a nonviolent way. Thank you.
Awesome. And so we know that today, in addition to everything that we've done today, and I thank you all have been amazing. This is what we hoped, that we'd have a real sharing of very, very important information and things that are happening in communities that we can take to our own communities and hopefully push for change. So each one of us has a responsibility in our own backyard, but I hope you'll join us as we look to make sure that as a nation, we don't continue to have people sleeping on the sidewalk in the richest country in the history of the world. So a couple of other things I want to bring up. NCH is doing next Thursday at 3 o'clock. We have our town hall meeting. And the guest on the town hall will be from the administration. So we have someone from the office, the White House's Office of Policy. We also have a person from the Interagency Council. Unfortunately, it won't be the executive director. He has another engagement, but we'll have somebody from the Interagency Council, somebody from the White House's Office on Economic Policy. And we are hoping, and they still haven't confirmed yet, a representative from DOL and a representative from HUD. So this will be your chance. I've asked them to answer the following questions that I put in your chat. What is the administration's plan to pursue the housing initiatives that were removed from Build Back Better? Does the administration plan to address the growing number of criminalization efforts towards people experiencing homelessness? Is there a plan for an employment program that will be available to people experiencing homelessness that are not veterans? The administration has been out in front denouncing structural racism. However, we haven't seen policies related to inequities. Are there plans to create a policy to address structural racism? And what's next in healthcare? How do we address the growing healthcare unaffordability in America? So that's a lot for them to answer. So I'm hoping that we get some responses that help us to understand what their plan is and if they even have a plan. So you'll hear the White House's response and the Interagency Council's response to those questions. If people think there are other questions, save them for the town hall, because after they answer those questions, it'll be an open forum. So you can ask whatever question you want. So we'll probably start to distribute a flyer about the town hall next week. So I hope you'll join us. I mentioned we also on December 21st, we'll be commemorating Homeless Memorial Day, memorializing the death of people who've experienced homelessness across the country. There's a lot of new data on mortality rates in the country. And some of that will be brought out. I mean, it's really startling when you start to look at it. David talked about how that is affected by camp raids. I don't call them sweeps, as you know, I call them raids. And so those camp raids actually shorten people's lives. So it's not just something that we are asking the country to do from a moral standpoint. It's a life or death issue. People are dying because they're being raided, and we can't allow that to continue. So that's December the 21st. The week of January 1st, 2nd, I'm sorry, December 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, there is, that's when we're going to be starting the rollout of our leader training. More to be revealed. If you're a Speakers Bureau member, you're eligible to be part of that cohort of 25. First come, first serve. And we'll have that happen. Moving forward a little bit, next week, actually during this week, there's also the National Race Forward Conference. So if anybody's interested, it's been a long day. Anybody interested in really being a part of racial equity on a national level, that's actually happening in Phoenix, but there's an online version as well. Also, the week of Thanksgiving, I just did another episode of Dr. Phil, and it'll be showing the day after Thanksgiving. So no excuses. You're not working that day. Tune in, listen to it. Hopefully you get something out of it. And I think that's it. So who else has an event they want to share? David, I know you have an event coming up.
We had an event, a community dinner, but unfortunately Nicole was an uninvited dinner guest and Nicole kind of washed everything out.
Oh, that's right.
So
I'm sorry.
yeah, it was last Tuesday in connection with an event for the Human Rights Program at the University of Miami. But we're going to do something for Homeless Persons Memorial Day. We haven't decided what it is yet.
And please, if other communities are doing things on Homeless Persons Memorial Day, please let us know. We share that information out to the public. Some of our sister organizations have events. There's the first vehicle residency conference next week, and that's promoted by the Law Center. There's also a Law Center Forum next week, the National Law Center on Homelessness. So those two events are coming up. Anybody else have other events? There is a conference in San Diego the week of December the 28th. I'll be delivering remarks there as well. So please, if you're in California, close to San Diego, it's their first ever conference. Really great lineup of speakers. So join that. I see Renee Penny.
What's the organization in San Diego?
So it's the San Diego Coalition for the Homeless. Actually, we've been working with a group there that wants us to bring LIDA to that community. So you'll probably be hearing from them soon. They have a really well-organized homeless-led group. It's the Lived Experience Advisory Group in San Diego. And
I'll try to make it.
Awesome.
Send me some info. I'll try to make it. Yeah.
Absolutely. So anyone else want to, so Lean, you're doing a Minnesota March, I think it says.
And
You
New
wanna-
York, in
Go
New
ahead.
York
Go ahead, Renee.
on New York on Wednesday, okay, me and the State Assemblyman William Copeland and a couple of other colleagues is having a recognition, we're recognizing homeless veterans and veterans in general, okay? And it's going to be at 29 Bay 25th Street. So if anybody's in New York area, they want to come, they can come. Also, we have a town hall, okay, coming up on the 17th with Councilman Kagan, okay, at the Italian Culture Center on Benson and 18th Avenue in Brooklyn.
Thank you, Renee. We have Barbara and then Penny.
I just want to give a little thing. I really hope somewhere we fit in a tagline. We're now in the 40th year of the Continuum's 10-year plan to end homelessness. It obviously hasn't worked. So maybe one of the things we want to say in our taglines with that bus is, let's just get the wheels rolling. It's time to end it now.
Exactly. Okay, we have Penny and then it looks like somebody else had their hand up. I got two screens here, so forgive me if I'm late. Penny, go ahead.
Okay, I have a kind of an idea to help, I guess, start a conversation, not only about homelessness, but also about the different types of abuse and different types of homelessness, and the signs you make, the picket signs, is one. With the definitions, like I said, of the different types of abuse and homelessness, and also in pamphlets, letters and pamphlets that we can hand out to just anybody, I think that would really help develop, or start other conversations, about homelessness, and, with the different types of definitions of whatever, I think that would help people understand, and maybe give some sympathy, to others. Empathy, sympathy, I don't know.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I have
Okay.
a few things in the chat about events that are going on. So Mary Cellini, who is also operating the Los Angeles field office of the National Coalition. They're having a hunger and homeless awareness event on November the 18th. CFH, Gail Dorsky, they're having a winter solstice memorial on 12/15. Sue Watler Phillips, they're having a march in Minnesota on December the 15th, and I'm sure that's the same one that Lean is having. And I think that's it. Let's see. Yes, I think that's it for events. We're gonna go ahead and get ready to close now. Sue, did you have your hand up again, or was that an old hand?
It's a new hand. I did put into the chat also, of course, National Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week too. So just everybody be aware of that. Thanks.
Awesome. So we're about to close now. The one thing I want to say is we are very hopeful that next year this will be in person. It would be the first live conference by the National Coalition for 20 years. I think it's about time we do another one. We've been on hold for a while, so I hope you'll stick with us through the year and you'll make it to that conference. Our conferences used to be almost 1,000 people at one point, so we want to get it back up to those numbers. We'll start off slow, but we want to definitely see your wonderful faces in person. If you haven't done it yet, please become a member of Bring America Home or a member of the National Coalition. Don't forget to join us on our social media accounts. Kenya has put those in the chat for you. Please make sure you join those. I just want to say on behalf of NCH, it has been a wonderful day for all of us. There's been some amazing information that we get to carry back to help us shape how we move forward in the future. One thing about NCH, we take our direction from you. We know that there's some really great minds here, but there's some great minds out there too. So we want to move in a direction that's guided by the people we serve. And we appreciate you for bringing all your thoughts, your ideas, your compassion to this meeting today. We will make the audio available. We are working on, we'll work to do that. We'll probably add a little bit to it. But thank you so much, everybody, for being willing to be a part of this today. And we really appreciate you. And I just want to thank all of our presenters, all of our attendees. And we really, really, again, appreciate you. And we look forward to doing this again next year. Hope you can join us for our meeting next week. So we hope that you'll be able to join that. I'm sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties here. I hope you'll join us for the meeting on next week and join us as we move forward. So we thank you very much. You all, please have a wonderful day. I'm gonna turn it over to Rajni to close us out for today. Again, thank you all for being here, and you have incredible rest of your weekend. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm getting tongue-tied now, so I'm gonna shut up. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Donald. We're so lucky to have you as our executive director at the National Coalition for the Homeless. Just want to thank every single one of you for being here today. The amazing conversations, resources that have been shared, being able to listen and to learn from one another, what a gift. So thank you all for taking this Saturday. And as Sue brought up earlier, this is Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week. And so this is actually hosted by the National Coalition for the Homeless, along with our national student campaign against hunger and homelessness. So November 12th through the 20th, we have a range of events that is taking place across the United States, including by youth activists on campuses and even in our public schools. And so just, let's all stay engaged. And how wonderful to kick off this week with our summit, our leadership summit, to be able to, even as daunting, as heavy, as heartbreaking, as the situation is, right? We need spaces of hope, and we need to not give up. And being able to be together in spaces like this to support one another, to keep pushing forward is essential to this work. And as you know, everyone here today, it's amazing to see all of the different skill sets that were shared, all of the voices, people saying, I'm ready, right? Let's go. We need that momentum as we continue to push to bring America home now, as we continue to advance housing justice. And I will just end, you know, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. so wisely reminded us, human progress is neither automatic nor inevitable. Every step towards the goal of justice requires sacrifice, suffering, and struggle. The tireless exertions and passionate concern of dedicated individuals. And I think it is clear today that we have some dedicated, passionate, tireless individuals. You know, all of us are so deeply committed to this work, and we must continue to push forward with love and action. So let's continue, and already looking forward to next year's Leadership Summit as well. And hopefully, you know, we will meet soon enough to say that we have worked to end and prevent homelessness in our nation. And that is something that we will all gather to manifest and be together for. Thank you all so much. Much love. Namaste.